twitter.com/@thenaturedc. Subscribe today.
Indeed, yes, indeed, man. Y'all know what it is. It's the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing you the NFL Draft. We are live and direct. We got all the fellas in the building for this historic night, man. Coming off a 12-5 season NFC Championship game run. Y'all know what it is. It's the Washington Sports Channel, the nation's capital, live here. It's the Nature Sports Podcast, man. I'm gonna let the guys introduce themselves. We're gonna get right into this NFL Draft for tonight. Swing it around the room.
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man? Today, Uptown Vito, man, long time podcast member, Washington football team fan for over 25 years. I am in a happy place with our season last year. Definitely hate the the defeating loss at the end, but I love the way the team played. Guess what, guys? For the first time in a long time, we picking at the back end of the draft. I can take a nap and wake up, and we still might not pick yet. So we are here today to talk about some of these draft picks that we all have been looking up. Some of these guys that's going where they going at it. Where are they going to land? Are they good fits? How do we feel like this is going to play out? All of that's happening tonight, starting now. Get locked in, get loaded, get ready to go. 8 minutes left before the Titans end up on the board.
What up, what up, what up, man? It's your man Point B in the building, man. You know how we do, man. I'm excited to see what we're gonna do on this new draft night. It is so good to not have to worry about a quarterback or worry about the first or second or third or fifth pick. So I'm with you, V, when I'm saying I'm ecstatic now where I could just like kick back, chill, watch what's really going on, see how the teams are trying to attack this year. So I'm excited to bring you guys all of the analysts that's going on this draft. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's your boy Point B.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's your boy Big Son in the building, man. I'm happy to be here. Shout out to all the fellas. How y'all doing? Hey, it's to me it's a lot of excitement because I got my eyes on one player, and if we can get this guy, I think it'll really help us out on the defensive side of the ball. So I'm just excited about the night. I'm not gonna really boast or brag about him too much as it get closer, and I think we can get him. I'm gonna start to speak his name, but I don't want to jinx it. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna keep that on the Lizzo. You know, but yeah, shout out to the team, man. Good to see y'all, fellas.
Indeed,
All right,
indeed.
yes indeed, yes indeed. Coming off that good 12-4 win, man. Okay, so let's get right into it, fellas. And Big Son didn't want to say too much. I get it. You know what I mean? I get it. He ain't supposed to. You know, he definitely don't want to jinx it. But let me ask you guys individually, what would you like to see the team do tonight? You know, if anything, how do you feel? Would you like this draft to play out for the guys, man, tonight?
I mean, it's only one
What
pick,
y'all look?
so it's only one pick. So I want to do one or I guess one of three things. Uh, Number one, I honestly I still wouldn't mind trading for Trey Hendrickson if they're gonna give him up for the first round pick. I wouldn't mind that. I've been watching a lot more tape. I really like Jahad Campbell. If he's available at that time, or if one of those like guys that's top 10 to 20 prospects slip to 29, I wouldn't mind. There's a lot of guys out there that might be available at that spot. But I would love to go defense, to be honest. If we can get a Jahad Campbell, or we can get like a dynamic playmaker. If not, I mean, it really depends on how to. Because let's be real, it's only like 5 blue chip prospects in this draft, or 3. You know what I mean? It's only top, and then it's everybody else, the Gentrys, the Travis Hunters, you know what I'm saying? It's not a lot of those. So once you get past that, it just depends on how the draft go. So those are 2 options that I would like to do, Trey Hendrickson or Jahad Campbell. I would like a Buka maybe if he's there. somebody like that, But I'm not too keen on having all 6 foot receivers and not going out and get a guy that's 6'4", 3 guy.
All right. All right. What about y'all? Let's swing around. What you got, Vito or Big Son? Whichever one wants to go. What y'all got on today? What would you like to see the Skins do for today?
And in all actuality, I would like to say see them trade back. Let's get some more picks. Now, if the guy's there that y'all want, go for him. But I would say trade back to get more picks. That's what I ultimately want to see happen.
So that's what you would like for that 29th pick. You would like for them to trade back.
Yeah, if the good money is still in town, you know what I'm saying.
What about trading? What about trading up if it don't cost us a lot?
That's a good concept.
Trading up, you don't get no capital.
No, I'm saying like, what if it's like a pick swap or something like that?
But who are we trading up for though? That's the thing. Who are we trading up for? That depends.
Do you see a player you would trade up for? Let me ask you, who would you trade up for, Big Son? Who would you trade up for?
You already know. Hey, Ro, you already know the answer to that question. There's only one guy I would trade up for in the draft.
Oh, okay.
And that's Ashton Genty. That's the only one guy. Okay. I know his work. I know what he's capable of. Like, the boy is a dog. That's the only one guy that I would trade up for. But then again, you don't get no capital. You know what I'm saying? We need a little bit of draft capital to solidify some key spots. We just got a couple key spots, and if they're taken care of in the proper manner, we should be looking good.
Right.
That's the way I see that. I wouldn't mind drafting up only for him though.
Genty. Let me ask you.
I would trade up for Abdul Carter.
What you got on the draft today?
I would trade up. I would trade up for Abdul Carter if he slipped.
Pick is in for the Titans.
Pick is in for the Titans. Round 1, baby. Round 1.
Cam Ward.
Morning popping, man.
Miami.
Who is it?
Cam
Ward. Cam Ward goes to the Tennessee Titans, man.
The U, baby.
You know what I said about Cam Ward?
Oh, it's a trade already. Hold on. Hey, look, it's a trade already. It's a trade already. The Browns. Listen. No. The Browns. Listen. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick and a 4th round pick and a 6th round pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Jaguars are trading the number 5 overall pick and a 2nd round pick, number 36, and a 4th round pick, and their 1st round pick in 2026.
Getting Shador.
This is a blockbuster trade.
They getting Shador.
No, they're not. They're not
Who they gonna get? Carter? They gonna get Carter?
Travis Hunter.
Oh, they getting Travis.
Yeah, I'm saying Travis, man. Yeah. Travis.
That makes sense.
That's what I was gonna say to Big Son. That's the
only thing Travis
I would trade up to get. I'm not trading up to get nobody except for him. Ashton Genty, little do anybody know, can be replaced by some of these backs that's in here.
Yeah.
You can't get Travis Hunter with nobody else in this draft. Maybe nah, you can't, bro. You can't.
You can't. There's no other Travis Hunter in this draft.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. They can replace him, but they not him.
They can replace him, but they're not him.
They can replace Genty, but they not Genty.
Bitch, you're gonna be surprised that it's gonna be 3 backs that's at least as good as him.
Yes.
Hey, so Cam Ward is the 4th number 1 overall pick that Titans head coach Brian Callahan has worked with. He's worked with Peyton Manning, Matthew Stafford, Joe Burrow, and now Cam Ward.
Very good company,
man. Hey, really, and I like him. I like Cam Ward being down there with the Callahans, man. I think that's a great place for him. I think the Callahans going to support him with a good running game. They're going to support him with a decent defense. So I think this is the perfect spot for Cam Ward, man. What y'all got on Cam Ward? I saw the film. I love Cam Ward.
Yeah, me and you are in agreement that is the making of Steve McNair. Excuse me. I would say that I think that little do anybody. I haven't heard anybody else say it, but maybe I'm the only one that looks at it like this. I watch a lot of football in my life. I think that this is probably one of the first drafts that I've seen this many players that are shades of old school football.
I
Like
agree.
there's a Riggins, there's a Steve
Right.
McNair, there's an Eddie
Right.
George, there's a
Yeah.
Randy Moss in this draft.
Yeah.
And
There's a Dion.
those are positions that are there's a Dion. You know what I'm saying? There's a Darrell Green in this draft as well, low key. Like it's some
He
dog,
ain't that fast though, bro.
bruh. All right, look, nobody's as fast as Darrell Green. That's an anomaly. Travis Hunter's not even that fast to even say that
Right.
he's Deion Sanders, but you're saying that he's Deion Sanders.
Well, his style.
Deion Sanders is again a 4.2 something speed guy, and we're talking about a 4.4. It's two different types of speed right there.
Well, you can say Charles Woodson there.
Definitely would definitely agree with
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we can swap it out. We can swap Dion for Charles Woodson.
Abdul Carter, I think, gives you a little bit of
Mika.
what's my man? No, I don't see that. I don't see that, but I will say product of, and because it's recent, I'll give you that. I
Yeah,
was gonna say Courtney Brown that got drafted back in the day with Pittsburgh. I mean that played in Penn State. He was really, really good in college. I'm not sure how it translates in the pro because Abdul Carter's 254 and playing the edge or end at 254 is pretty light.
it is.
No, absolutely.
But he got
Absolutely.
man, he got elite pass rush ability, bro.
So the reason why Cleveland didn't pick Travis Hunter, in my opinion, is because they didn't need him on both sides of the ball. If they was going to pick him, the Browns was going to use him as a wide receiver because they already got corners. You know what I'm saying? Like they got corners that are like good, and trying to throw him in a rotation or making one of those other guys play slot so you can play a certain percentage of downs. And he made it known that if he can't play both sides, he's going to end up being a contract problem for you. You know what I'm saying? At some point in time, like he literally said he don't want to play football if he can't play both sides. Jacksonville needs to sell tickets for the NFL itself. Jacksonville and Carolina are going to have to make some type of resurgence just for their markets to bring in value. And Jacksonville's not as bad as Carolina, but this will definitely help Jacksonville to have a player like Travis Hunter there.
Yeah.
Did they make the pick yet?
The pick is in now.
Pick is in now.
It's coming up. Now again, I could be wrong, you know what I'm saying, but I don't think they moved up this far to pick Mason Graham. And I really thought that that's what Mason Graham was going to end up. So now it's really interesting on where Mason Graham to end up. This pushes this for us. This is good because this pushes back the defensive lineman.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So if let's say they have a chance, who's the defensive lineman you would like to see come here if it's defensive line in the first round, V?
For us, for 29?
For us, yeah.
I really, really, really like Mike Green. I don't know if y'all have seen any tape on Mike Green, but he is mean, bro. He is mean. He's fast. He reminds me of a Sean Merriman. He literally lights out like a Sean Merriman, but he's bigger and he's got moves with his hands off of the edge. He's got good hand speed. And he's a bull rusher, and he's great at stopping the run. I think he was either second or third in tackles for loss this year. And I believe he was with Tulane. Was it Tulane or Marshall? Marshall. He's a Marshall.
Okay. Well, we have the first pick in the draft went to the Tennessee Titans. As you see on your screen, they got Cam Ward. Again, my analysis of Cam Ward throughout this whole time has been that is the second coming of Steve McNair. I say they would be fools to pass him up. I think he could do masterful out there. And I mean, it's going to be eerie when he puts that Titans jersey on and you see him out there playing. It's no way. And maybe they didn't peg it like that, but it's no way they're not going to compare him to Steve McNair out there. They're not going to see what I see.
His release was what gave it away to lose. And when he got a helmet on, it's eerie how compared they are.
Yeah, and the way he scrambles too. The way he scrambles is a lot like Steve McNair in the sense of keeping plays alive. I think he has a lot of Steve McNair in him, man. He could do some things back there in the pocket that that are really good as far as for Cam Ward. Big Son, he's the one that hipped us to Cam Ward first. So I would definitely like to hear what Big Son got to say about this pick.
Well, I really, I really was surprised when I heard that he was transferring back when he transferred to Miami, and I was like, oh, that's going to be a good look. Like the U is already my squad, but like where I know him from is from looking at a running back at the time. I forget the running back that we were looking at, but we were looking at the running back, and looking at the running back, we noticed who Ben Sinnott was, and we noticed who he was. Immediately, he jumped off film. So, like, I think that's a great look for the Titans. The Titans got a real good quarterback for a long time if they treat him right.
Yeah, man, I just got to let the fans know, inform the fans out there. Big Son, last year around this time, predicted that Cam Ward would go number 1 overall. Big Son, he's been the top end on Cam Ward from day one.
That's my man.
Before he even got to Miami.
Before he got to Miami, when he was with Kansas State, you hear me? Yeah. Balling out.
And it is on film. It is on film for sure that Big Son was definitely behind it.
Jaguars.
Travis Hunter goes to the Jaguars with the number 2 pick in the NFL draft.
With Brian Thomas Jr. and with De'Ami Brown. And then he will help out on the defensive side. I think he will start at cornerback as well. I think he'll be a help out, maybe a special player that they will probably end up having to add. He's a really special talent at wide receiver. But if he can impact the game the way he did in college on defense, Leo, I give you some credit. Me and Bro was watching the game. And again, I still agree with that. What my first opinion was that the talent
in the group chat too of the trade.
The talent that he was facing.
Travis Hunter number 2.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
We got you.
My bad. The talent that he faced wasn't as high as he's going to face in the NFL. But some of the things he was, we watched him cover 4 players in one play.
Yes.
Literally in one, and he got the interception.
Yes.
He covered 4 routes in one play. And I don't care what quarterback is good back there. If you're able to do that as a defender, that is scary, bro.
Yes.
That's scary, bro. Imagine you're going to have 10 other good players behind you. Maybe not great, like essentially Hall of Famers, but you're going to have 10 other good players with you. In college, everybody on Colorado team was not good. Yeah. When he wasn't on the field, you could tell. So if he can make some of the same impacts he did, bro, it's going to be really, really scary. And again, his cuts as a wide receiver, if he can get an open field, he's probably faster than he ran his 40 with equipment.
Yeah, I was highly impressed by Travis Hunter. I never really got an opportunity to watch him until we started watching film. We was watching for somebody else, and he just shot off the film. Literally, we was watching. I forgot who we was watching.
We was watching Devin Neal. We was watching
Devin Neal, and I mean, it was you could not ignore Travis Hunter.
No. We was watching the other back. We was watching the other back that I told you about, and they wasn't giving him the ball.
Right. Right. Exactly. And Travis Hunter literally shot off the film. I mean, it's. I am highly impressed by everything I've seen out of Travis Hunter. I have no doubt that he's going to be the hype is real, ladies and gentlemen. The hype that's been over this young man from day one, the hype is real. Trust.
And he was picked in the right spot. He should have been picked number 1, but the Titans needed a quarterback. And that was just based on where he was supposed to be the number 1 pick in this draft. I will say that. Yes. Even with me feeling like Genty was a really, really good back, had a really special season, it's nothing you can compare those two to. And I think that Genty's a special player. I don't mean that in any disrespect to Genty, but that's just how much better Travis Hunter is than everybody else in the draft.
I think he's better. Oh, you already know what I don't even think Genty is the best back in this draft, personally. I like Genty, but we're going to get into that later. I don't got him as the first. I don't have him as the number 1 back in this draft. That's me. And I know that's not going to be a popular opinion, but I don't. So I get it. We got Genty fans on the panel, but he is not the top back in this draft at all.
Hey, Ro. Can my man get some props now, man? The man keep doing stuff that ain't nobody else do. He the number 2 pick in the draft this year. Can my man get some props, man?
we've been giving.
No,
We've been
no, no,
talking
no.
about where you been at? What conversation you
Nah,
been in?
No, no.
no,
He
what
talking
I'm
about
saying
me.
is some
He talking
real
about me.
props without
No,
my bad. Some real props without Ashton Genty being spoken of.
no. I just
No.
said that Ashton Genty isn't the best player in the draft. I said I think
Okay,
Travis Hunter is better.
And me personally, I think
my bad.
what he did in college, I think was supposed to be rivaled with what Travis Hunter did. Now,
Right.
at the same token, remember I told you my only argument to why they should have been closer is simply because I think that they both honestly played a similar level of talent schedule. I don't think that Colorado's schedule was very hard. They didn't play against a lot of top end like players that they were going against. The player, and again, the game that me and Ro talk about. The quarterback for that team was absolute trash. The best player on their team was limited in touches. When they played somebody else later on in the season, they got 30 carries. They lost the game because their better player got the ball and they were able to do that. Don't get me wrong, that's no fault of theirs. What they did in college is absolutely up to them, and what the other teams didn't do is their fault. We can watch and talk about coaching mess ups and mishaps all the time. That's not the case here. What I was just talking about at that time was Genty's performance on the field with the stats that he had and what he was doing. He played at the time the number one team in the country of Oregon, and Travis Hunter didn't play anybody at that caliber. And when he did, which was a BYU later on in the season, he got stalled. I'll say that. I won't say shut down. I'll just say he got stalled. And he did in terms of what he was able to do all year long.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, I think it's the best player in college right here. I think he done something that ain't nobody else done. And now he the number 2 pick overall. And the only reason he wasn't number 1 overall is because Tennessee really does need a quarterback.
Yes. Yeah. Totally agree. No
Speaking of
arguments with that.
Tennessee, that's the guy I want on the line. Pace, Pierce, James Pierce, or James Cecil Pierce Jr.
And the Giants
That's
went with
the
what I
guy I
told y'all
want
last week.
on the line.
Abdul Carter to the New York Giants.
Abdul Carter.
Abdul Carter, yes, to the New York Giants.
Man, I don't know. I think they should have went Shador personally.
No, Rose. No, Rose. No, Rose. No, Rose. No, Rose. They shouldn't have what you do. They got Russell Wilson.
Yeah.
They got Jameis Winston. In terms of generational talent, is Shador one at quarterback? That's to be argued. I do think that he is good, though. I won't take that away from him. What I will say is that I think that, just my opinion, I think in the next 2 years, you have the likes of Archie Manning, you have Nico coming out of college wherever he decides to go. And I think that they will be higher prospects than Shador when they come out. In terms of the Giants and what they need to do right now, what they need to fix, they do need to win now and fix the quarterback situation now. But I think with Russell Wilson and with Jameis Winston, you give yourself at least a right now answer for that. Abdul Carter gives you Thibodeau, gives you him on the edge. You have a crazy player in DeMarcus Lawrence in the defensive tackle spot. I already told y'all personally, I was already nervous about what they were doing on the defensive
They
side.
got DeMarcus Lawrence. DeMarcus Lawrence went to the Giants.
No, Dexter Lawrence.
Oh, Dexter Lawrence. Yeah, Dexter Lawrence is a beast. He's a beast. You're
Right,
right.
exactly.
Yeah, you're right.
You know what I'm
You're right.
saying? So honestly, a middle linebacker may be the only thing they need. They upgraded their cornerback in the offseason. They upgraded their safety in the offseason. So again, if I'm not mistaken, they got Javon Hart with what is his name? The, the safety that we were trying to get. The Giants have him. One of the biggest name safeties in free agency. So we got him and they got cornerback.
Legacy of 11.
Another
Mark
guy.
Branson.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? So
Navarro Bowman.
they're building something on defense to try to combat with what we're
Barson.
doing and what the Eagles are doing. I think this is the call. This is the pick that allows them to continue that building right there. And again, with just my opinion, with losing Saquon Barkley and Daniel Jones not working out for them, I just think that they're afraid to go offense immediately. You got Odell Beckham a couple of years before, you know what I'm saying, Daniel Jones, or a year before Daniel Jones, right after Saquon Barkley, and just none of your offensive picks are still there, and you just haven't got that right. I believe if you build a defense like they did back in the day with the likes of the Lawrence Taylors, the Banks, you know what I'm saying, and the other guys on that defensive side that will cause a havoc, you can build something on offense. They won their Super Bowls with basic quarterbacks. Eli Manning, whether anybody agrees with me or not, is a 500 to a basic quarterback. Phil Simms was a basic quarterback. Jeff Hostetler was a backup who came in and made some things happen. So I don't think they need superstar at quarterback more than they do the history of them building a good defense and having a running game. Tracy did good last year, and it's still 6 or 7 more picks in his draft that they can build around what they're doing with Abdul Carter.
Point, what you got on the Giants? Oh, Big Son, whichever one. What y'all got on the Giants?
Well, what happened?
I like
No,
the
you
pick. I think the pick was a genius pick. I mean, Abdul Carter is a really, really good baller, man. I think that he got Mika Parsons' potential. Like I was saying earlier, I'm not happy he's on the Giants. So, screw them. But at the same time, I think it's a really good pick. I mean, it's a not a no-brainer, but it's a really good pick.
And I think it was a smart pick for them. He definitely got a legacy to uphold with that 11, Navarro Bowman, LeVar Arrington, Mika Parsons, now him. So he got to hold it up at 11. You know what I'm saying? He is a rival, but that's a good pick for them. Great pick by the Giants.
Well, I stand with what I said. I think it was a stupid pick. I think they should have got Shador. And I'm going to tell you why. However, excuse me, y'all. However, I will say that
Before you say that real quick, I do want to ask you, do you think that you're supposed to pick best player available or team need with the first pick, with the third pick,
Right.
especially in this draft?
Well, let me say this. I'm with you. Normally, I pick the best player available, right? And that would be Abdul Carter. So I get you there.
Mhm.
But I think their situation is unique. And I'm gonna tell you why. I feel like their situation is unique. Because of everything that happened with Daniel Jones, right? You then go and bring in Russell Wilson. I think that's who they brought in, right?
And James Winston.
Oh, Jameis Winston and Jameis Winston. I believe in Jameis Winston a little bit more than I believe in Russell Wilson. And I'm going to tell you why. Russell Wilson last year had a top 10 defense in the Pittsburgh Steelers, to my understanding. And he
didn't have a running game.
I agree with that. But he didn't look
Tracy
particularly great, is what I'm saying. He didn't look, but I would have reset. Me personally, I think they needed a reset. And I get that the ball is trying to save his job. He doesn't want to reset. He's trying to save his job. I get it. I get why they made the pick. It makes all the sense for where the Giants are as far as coaching wise. But was that the right move to the organization? I'm going to say no. I think that they needed to start over. They got Malik Neighbors. If you could have paired him with Shador Sanders, I think that would have been cool. I don't think Russell Wilson is the answer. And that's basically why I'm saying why I feel like, they should have went Shador. Because I don't feel like Russell Wilson.
Last year,
Now,
not this season that just passed, but last year.
Patriots pick is in. Patriots pick is in.
Last year, do you think that George Pickens' name was being mentioned the way it was this year?
George Pickens?
Yes.
No, I think George Pickens is talented though. I think he's really talented.
But I'm asking the question: was his name? This is not a rookie year for him, so was his name mentioned the year before the way it was this year? No. And Justin Fields wasn't getting him the ball. That's part of the reason why they switched to Russell Wilson. We all got to know George Pickens as a household name before the end of the season was out.
Right.
Russell Wilson can get the ball to Malik Neighbors. They didn't have a running game, so you had to depend on Russell Wilson more than you needed to. I don't like Russell Wilson per se as a franchise quarterback for me, but
that's what I mean.
But hold on, but we all discussed last season during I think the Atlanta game or another game, even maybe the Pittsburgh game. His accolades are enough to get him in the Hall of Fame. So if he has the right things around him, i.e. a running game and a defense, he doesn't have to do as much passing the ball. And they still got to build up some more with the rest of his draft. And I'm not saying that he's the complete answer, but what you say about Daboll, and yes, the situation is a little, a little weird because Daboll is on his last year or possibly on his last, just on the hot seat. And if you have a rookie quarterback come in that doesn't beat out Russell Wilson or Jameis Winston, then now you're pretty much holding him to the next coach to come in next year. You know what I'm saying? And now you got to figure out whether he's going to be the starter because that coach likes him, or does that coach get the job and promise to use him like Gruden did with RG3, and then come in and say, I'm going to use somebody else. It's too complicated right there when you still have the coach in place. Remember, I was telling you last year, like some of these teams are trying to do the same things that we was doing, and they didn't do the entire rehaul. If you was going to get rid of Dayball, you should have did it after that season was over last
I
year.
agree. I agree
You know
with
what I'm
that.
saying?
I agree.
And that way now
I
you
agree.
can say when I bring in a Shador, it's with a new regime. With the old regime, they was forcing
They didn't
to
give him a
that pick
chance
right
to
here.
pick Shador by keeping him. They didn't give the team a chance to pick Shador. I'm with
I
you.
don't
Now.
think he's the third best player in this draft there.
I know. I get you. I get
Will
you. And he
Campbell.
would have been. I'm just saying. I think the Giants need to reset, and I think he brings a new identity. That's basically what my whole opinion is. I just think that this whole thing
Well,
has
they
been
do.
bad.
They do technically.
You know.
So over the last few years, if you think about it, every year they present the Giants in a game. They really don't present them defensively, and that's really all they've been in the last 3 or 4 years is defense, except for the year that Saquon guy went off. Malik
Right.
Neighbors did what he did as far as the receptions and the rookie receptions record and all of that this year, which was absolutely phenomenal. But that's really all they talked about. And how many man, you talking about it, how many
Hey,
Giants
New
blowouts
England
are we talking
selection.
about? You know,
And
same
they
thing. Will
select
Campbell,
Will
left
Campbell,
tackle.
Will
He's probably
Campbell.
going to move to guard.
LSU.
He's probably going to move to guard because they feel like he got short arms.
How do y'all feel about that?
The pick, you got a
I
franchise
mean,
quarterback. You got to protect them. They don't. Their line was horrible last year. And if they've moved forward with okay, and you got to think with them trading up Joe Milton, that if they traded Joe Milton, then that means that they settled on Drake May being the quarterback. That's honestly what you try to do is build up around that quarterback. Do I think they need a
I can
wide
live with
receiver?
that.
Heck yeah, but I definitely think that you build the lineup. They're a running team, regardless of whether Drake May is the quarterback or not. So until they get the weapons around Drake May to be able to be more of a passing team, you definitely improve the offensive line where you already were a decent running team, you know what I'm saying, last year. So I don't think that pick's bad. He's the top 5 offensive. He's literally the number 1 lineman outside of the fact that they said that he had short arms. So he's just probably going to move from left tackle to left guard. And if he can play as good as he was at left tackle, at left guard, you probably have a all-pro, if not a future Hall of Famer, at least is what you're looking at as far as what you drafted. I think he's a really, really good player. I think he can still play left tackle, but if the arm length is a matter, especially in the division that you win, the players you're going to be going against, if what's best for him to play offensive guard, play guard, then you can find another tackle. Not saying just that left tackles are just everywhere, but you can make some adjustments to get your line right as far as that tackle spot. I would have went somewhere else if you wanted to secure the tackle, because there are 2 more tackles that I think that are elite that you could have used that. Or again, I'm not sure if I would have not been afraid to just trade back a couple of spots like the Browns did, because now the Browns are picking 5th, and if they want Shador, they can literally pick Shador with this pick, and it wouldn't have hurt them at all.
Yeah. So let me ask you then, V. Oh no, go ahead. Just before you go,
Go ahead. No problem.
Get somebody else in. What is the other tackles opposite of him that you would have picked that was on the board, on your board?
Mimbo's amazing, bro. I've been looking at Mimbo for about a week, and Mimbo's probably the largest offensive lineman that this year's draft has. And he's just dominant, bro. All of his tape is really, really good. And he's probably going to be the next lineman pick. Connerly would have probably been in that conversation as well if he just wasn't getting off an injury. But Amon Mimbo is a force to be reckoned with, bro. I'm not even going to hold it. And they show his tape because he's going to be the next lineman pick. In my opinion, he's going to be the next lineman pick. Once he's picked, you're going to see what I mean by just dominance.
Okay.
They should be showing the replays on Will Campbell now. Like I said, Will Campbell's good. He's not a pushover. I just think in the NFL, his arm length side. At least that's what a lot of other analysts are saying. Me personally, if you can block, you can block. He is not giving up a sack. Think since his first year there. Again, the SEC is the SEC, my brother. He's good. You know what I'm saying? He's gone against a lot of the best players that have come over the last 3 years there. I just think based on what analysts are saying, that some of those are former football players. So I'll take maybe some of what they're saying into account. just on the side, right? 2 sacks allowed and 989 pass blocks since 2023.
That's those
So
big boy
again,
stats. Those big boy
yeah,
stats.
so if you can move that to the inside of guard and stop some of those defensive tackles and stop some of that inside rush to your pressure where you want the quarterback to be able to step up from those outside rushes, if you can get that at guard, then you've now got you an all-pro elite guard, and you may have to just find the tackles that, you know what I'm saying, that pairs well with them. But if he can do it at tackle, which I don't think that they should start him inside without trying him at tackle first. You know what I'm saying? Because again, if you had tackle and only gave up that amount of sacks in the SEC, then you can play at this level at least to some, you know what I'm saying, regard before you even got in training.
No, I totally agree. That was definitely good stuff. What you got, big son? What you got on Will Cam?
I mean, I'm looking at the board. I like Will Cam. You know what I'm saying? Those are superstar stats. You know what I'm saying? That's amazing right there to have a player, you know, do that many snaps and only allow that many sacks. That's more than elite. That's what you call elite eyes from the elite guys. Them guys right there, top tier. So you should expect to see him on somebody's Pro Bowl. You know,
Mason Graham to the
a guy like
Cleveland
that.
Browns.
You know,
Who they
That's
get?
going to be dangerous. Mason Graham to the Cleveland Browns.
Here we go.
Derrick Henry is not about to be able to do squat against them. I tell
Okay,
you,
what you got on
people,
Brown?
I
What you
tell
got
you.
on Mason Brown? Vito?
Mason Graham.
Oh, Mason Graham.
went to
Sorry, Mason
Michigan.
Graham.
Mason Graham is the 2024 finalist for the Nagurski Trophy, which is the nation's top defensive player. 2024 Rose Bowl defensive MVP. He is a monster. He's not fast. If there's any negative take at all, he's not fast. But the kid takes up space. He takes up two bodies at all times, and he's usually on the winning end of those. He was a multi-sport athlete. Played 5 sports in high school: basketball, rugby, football, track, and wrestling. If he played basketball and if he wrestles, I know he's got good feet. He's got good hands.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? Those things come with it. First team all conference on defense and offense for the football team in high school. So again, he knows offenses, understands what plays that would like understand breaking down plays and diagnosing plays. Again, he was a part of their national championship team in 2023. Or was that this year? No, yeah, 2023. You know what I mean? So on the San Francisco team, he's on the San Francisco team. You know what I'm saying? If you guys got any of the replays up or watching the games, again,
Absolutely.
you can see he's a dog. He's a dog, bro. Like I said, double
Will
teams
Sam-
or not, bro. Somehow or another, he's able to get through.
yeah, that's an amazing pick.
Okay.
Another amazing pick.
Okay,
You
that was
know,
good
and
stuff.
it's rolling on down the line right there with these amazing picks. Like it's like, oh man, the Raiders they got their pick in. Raiders was ready. You think the Raiders pulled the trigger?
I think the Raiders are going Ashton Jetty. If they want to surprise
Shador?
anybody,
They go
they
Shador.
go
I'm about to say they should be going Shador.
No, they have Geno Smith. They got Geno Smith, and they have Pete Carroll as an offensive coach guy. I mean, as the head coach. Pete Carroll don't do nothing without beast mode. If you believe in Ashton Jensen, you go get beast mode before you go get a quarterback who might be sitting on the bench. The Raiders need players that are going to play. They have an All-American tight end right now who played with nobodies at quarterbacks. Geno Smith can get the ball to him. You need somebody that can tote the rock. They gave up their best player, which was their running back, in Josh Jacobs, who was everything for that franchise before they let him go. You know what I'm saying? You replace that because they don't have a running game right now. And I'm not saying that, again, I don't think that he's the best, but based on what he's done and the fact that I think that you can get some of those same type of plays with that offense. They do have an already good offensive line as far as for running. They actually have a better running offensive line than they do passing right now. So again, if you pick Shador, you're going to put him in the same situation that he was with in Colorado with not having an offensive line. And it's a recipe for not working. We talking about Tom Brady. and he's not the owner, but just Tom Brady being a part of it. And I know that they really like Shador, but I hate to tell y'all, but I think Shador is going to fall a little further down the line than people
I don't.
assume.
I mean, I wasn't saying that they should pick Shador. When I say pull the trigger, I was talking about Genty, but there was talks about them drafting
Genty
Shador.
hasn't
But
been
I would pull the
drafted
trigger
yet.
on Genty. I would
Genty
pull the trigger
hasn't
on
been drafted
Genty.
yet.
Well,
Sorry,
it's the
Big
sixth
Son, to
pick.
cut you off.
It's the sixth pick, and running back isn't a futile need for every team. Yeah, see, quarterback not even up there for Raiders teams needs right now. It's running back, wide receiver, cornerback, and offensive lineman. Travis Hunter's not on the board. You go Ashton Genty right here, and if you don't go Ashton Genty, you go Trayvon Henderson. But they're not built for Trayvon Henderson. They need a bruiser. They need somebody like what we were talking about, bro. Can you carry the ball 30 times? Genty's done that
Yeah,
several times this season with Boise State.
Genty
And
can do that. That
he can
Genty
he can do that. Yeah, he can do that.
I
So
agree with that. Yeah.
and-
I talk
and
trash
even-
about Genty, but honestly, he's a great in between the tackles back. You know, he reminds me of a lot of LeGarrette Blunt. And I know that, that might not be a comparison everybody's going to give him because of his numbers.
now we say Ron Dane, like from college.
Ron Dane, right, Ron
And that's
Dane,
what the
right.
Raiders
Ron
pick.
Dane too. Ron Dane, yeah.
Ashton Genty, yeah. Ashton Genty is now a Las Vegas Raider.
Oh, he went to the Raiders. Oh, y'all was on
I've
point
been
with
getting this
that.
right, bro. I've been getting this right so far.
This to replace Jacobs.
Geno
Jacobs.
Smith. Yes.
No, Jacobs. Mean when they lost Josh Jacobs. This would be a good replacement.
Yeah. 2,601 rushing yards in 2024. Second in FBS history. Played high school football in Texas, so he's born a football baby. And he played middle school football in Italy. All right, that's a stat that ain't nobody knows. He played middle school football in Italy. All right.
Yeah, nobody knew that.
Now,
I agree with
you
that.
got to understand, rugby players play overseas, so that's probably why he's able to break some of these tackles like this.
Yeah, I agree.
He's a bowling ball, bro. You got to tackle him. You know what he reminds me of? He doesn't remind me of the same speed that he has, but in terms of bouncing off the tackles, if anybody remembers, anybody football historians, LaDainian Tomlinson when he was at TCU. As far as how he just bounces off, like you got like they used to Ray Lewis used to say that you had to tackle LaDainian Tomlinson like head on. If he turned to the side, you're not gonna be able to tackle him. Yeah.
Ashton Genty goes to the Raiders for all of those that's rocking with us. Shout out to everybody rocking with us. We didn't get a chance to shout the fans out. Wherever y'all from, man, go ahead, man, chime in. Let us know where you're from. If you want a little airtime, we don't mind. Shoot your comments in. This is the Nature Sports Podcast. We just bringing y'all the NFL draft. How we know how to bring it to you. And right now we had 5 picks. And I don't know. Board up. You want to go with the picks or Big Son? If you got the board up, go over the picks for me. We had 5 picks so far. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. We got Cam Ward with pick number 1 to the Tennessee Titans. The Jets have picked already. Their pick is in. Number 2, we had a trade from the Cleveland Browns to the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jacksonville Jaguars picked up Travis Hunter from Colorado University with the number 2 pick at wide receiver and cornerback. The number 3 pick went to the New York Giants. The New York Giants got Abdul Carter from Penn State. Number 5 pick went to the Browns. Yeah, the Browns. And the Browns got Mason Graham. The Raiders picked at number 6 and picked up Ashton Genty, running back from Boise State. Second finalist in the Heisman Reward.
That's who y'all seeing on the screen now. That's what y'all seeing on the screen now. That's the highlights you're seeing now is Genty. My bad, V. Go ahead. My bad. I just wanted to.
No. You good. That's it right now. We're just waiting on the Jets.
Okay, Jets on the board. Have we had any surprises? What do y'all think about what y'all seen thus far in the first 5 picks?
The surprise with the Browns trading to the Jaguars. But again, that's great for for the Browns organization, for them to have failed so many years in the past with their draft, as far as just that first pick, not saying every player, but just that first pick in quarterback, for them to move back and still get value. Mason Graham's going to just make that deal with because we're not getting him now, I'm all of a sudden forgetting his name. What's the defensive end that plays for the Browns that just got the big contract? Miles Garrett. That's going to give Miles Garrett room to terrorize
Yeah,
because again, Mason or is going to let Mason Graham terrorize
I
on
agree.
interior defenses. So I believe that they're in the right direction as far as just stepping their defense up. They got to figure it out on offense because they're going to be on it a lot.
I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I watched the Browns last year. Just while we on the Browns, I watched the Browns last year, and defense wasn't their problem to me. So I Browning again. Browns doing Brownie stuff. The Browns being the Browns. Yeah. Who we thought you were?
Giants
That's it
just
is
picked
for
up
me at least. We
Thibodeau's.
don't.
Giants
Genty, I
just picked
think
up
we'll have
Thibodeau's
an
contract.
opportunity to do good. I think that was a great pick. I mean, when you think about just now. Oh yeah, so they beefing up their line. The Giants, I think, are moving in the direction of a defensive team. I think the Giants are turning into a defensive team. Huh?
No. Wait, I was agreeing.
Yeah, I think they're moving. I think they're moving into the to the realm of defense. That's where I got the Giants at right now. Really trying to become a defensive team and really trying to, I guess, compete with the offenses in the NFC East. I think that was great because you got to compete with the Philadelphia Eagles. So I'm glad they got who they got. I don't want the Redskins to sleep on the Giants now. The Giants gonna be a threat this year. So we got to make sure that we are eyes wide open when it comes to them.
That's the one team I've been looking at. I feel, in my opinion, I feel like they won in our division in the offseason. I mean, again, once we made that Tunsil move and the way that we beefed up, I'm not saying that we won't win on the field. I think that based on where they were, what they needed to fix, those young corners that wasn't doing good, they replaced them, picked up a really good player that was injured a year ago that is projected as projected as a first round pick that should be better. They gave him a good contract. Like I said, they got the safety that was highest on the board. They beefed up their line by adding Carter. They just re-signed Thibodeau to pick up his 5th-year option. Dexter Lawrence is happy he's there. I think that that's a recipe on battling against the strong offense of us and the Philadelphia Eagles right now. And if the Cowboys are playing good at all, they're now going to be able to compete with everybody, at least on the defensive side, to go back and forth. I want people not to forget that we didn't beat the Giants handily. We beat them by 1 possession, 2 games in a row for a bad team. So
that's what I would say.
They're not that far off from, from having a good year. And we just, what we do is important as well, but I don't think that they're doing anything wrong right now.
Okay, Big Son, what you got on the first 5 picks so far? What's your analysis thus far? If you're still with us, maybe Big Son ain't with us. Okay, for me, let me say this. The Jets pick is in. For me, I think that the surprise, of course, was the trade. Nobody could really predict a trade. And anytime you trade in the first 5 rounds, I think that's significant anyway, right? And so I think that was, for me, the big moment thus far. The Jets pick is in the selection. Who will the Jets get? Let's see. Armand Mimbo. Good call, Vito. Good call, Vito. He called it right on point.
Armand Mimbo.
Called it right on
watch his
point.
Tape, bro. Watch his tape, bro. Missouri in the SEC, too. Yeah, like 6'6" or 6'7".
Great call, Vito.
Something like that. Might be 6'5", 6'6", but a big kid, man. And strong, bro. Like that, you don't see linemen that solid. Like,
all right, we're gonna get that tape up. We're gonna get that tape up for y'all at the Twitterverse in 1 second. Let's get that tape.
Second fastest 40 of O lineman at a 4.9. Allowed 1 sack and 300 pass blocks in 2024.
Wow, he had the second fast. That is very impressive.
Hmm. Okay.
Let me give you a weakness. What's a weakness? Give me a weakness on Mimba. If Vito's still with us.
You'd have to watch some Safe and
Oh, you
See.
got
You got to watch some Safe and See. You know.
Huh?
I said you'd have to watch some film and see. I just didn't
What
see
what part of the should the Jets con side?
You say what?
Oh, you didn't see a lot.
Nah, bro.
Lot of
Like,
negatives.
look at this replays that they showing them.
Gotcha.
Like I just watched the highlights of them. And if anything, I would go do what you be doing and go look at the game look at the games that he did give up the sacks. But their offense was just around mauling, and he's a mauler, bro. Missouri used to pass a lot, but they ran the ball. Like, if you can see, bro, he's beating people. He's beating people up, bro.
Yeah.
That's why
we got a
like
highlight reel up right now. I mean, for the people.
That's why I felt like the Patriots was gonna go.
So y'all can know what he does actually. So we gotta have some tape. My bad, V. Go ahead. You go ahead.
No. You can see it on the tape that you watch.
Yeah, so we got a little tape.
Bruiser. He's just like a baller, bro.
Yeah, no. Just for his technique, so they can see his technique, see what he got going on. You know, this one-on-one. Yeah, he mauled that guy.
Carolina Panthers are one.
Capital 10-year vets. This is actually the 10-year anniversary last year. This year, we are on the 11th year. It chimes in, it chimes out, whatever it is. Pounds. You know what I'm saying? Ashley, she chimes in. And you know what I'm saying? Mama Big Son, you know what I'm saying? She chimes in. Rocking with us for these 11 years around the clock. All the pod being original Nature Sports Podcast. Follow. So man, shout out to Red T, man, and everybody who's been welcome to 2025. You know. So for the Skins, now that you see what the Giants doing, how do we combat it in this draft, in this first round? If we combat it at all, if we don't, I mean, you might not want to pay no attention, but if you're going to pay some attention to the Skins. Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, I'll take it over. Well, for me,
I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Breaking up.
You got it?
Yeah, it was breaking up. I can hear you now. What was the question?
I said, so if you are the Skins, right? How do you combat what is going on? Which you saw at the Giants. The Giants beefing up on defensive end with all these guys they're bringing in on their defensive line. Sort of seem like they're taking the Philadelphia mode in this one. What do you do if you the Skins to combat what they've done in this draft? What do you do in this first round?
Well, now that you pose that question, I'm going to release the dog that I'm talking about. James Purse from Tennessee Volunteers. I'm going to tell you what I like about this guy. Not only did he have 17 and a half sacks, but the boy got good eyes. I like a lineman who stays in his gaps. We had problems with that with Fowler. We had problems with that with Chase Young. You're not going to have that problem with that with him. That's the guy I want to trade back to get, if we can get him. But if he's there for the taking, you know what I'm saying? We got to trade back. I want him tonight. Because he's going to replace Fowler. Fowler's gone. That was 10 sacks. He can get more than that. And he can get in the backfield. He can cause fumbles. And guess what? He's good at pile ups. When you try to run the ball on the pile up, he calls the fumble in one.
Okay.
So he's good work. He got good eyes. He's a dog. He's willing to fight. He started out as a freshman just playing on special teams, worked his way and became an all-star pass rusher. He's one of the most, I'll say not the most, one of the most prolific pass rushers in this draft. I love this guy. I absolutely love this guy. So if we can get our hands on him, we're going to be looking at our defense in a different light this year.
Absolutely.
That's how you combat that.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what's up. That's what's up. Big Son coming with the strong answer. V, if we with you, same answer. Maybe V might not be with us. For me, let me say this too. For me, Big Son, because they are, oh, you there, V?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, okay. I said, what do the Skins do in this round here to combat what Panthers are? The pickers in wide receiver
Tararoa McMillan, yeah.
That's from Miami?
No, from Arizona, the 6'4" receiver.
Okay, let's get him up. Let's get his tape up.
Yeah, he a beast.
I don't know if he was supposed to be the number one receiver.
Let's get his tape up.
But I'm okay. I see what Carolina's doing, though. I do see what they're doing. They got a really good tight end.
What they doing? Enlighten us. We want to know.
So Adam Thielen, if I'm not mistaken, is no longer with them. I think Adam Thielen retired. You got Leggett with Xavier Leggett, the country guy that's at wide receiver, who's a new imprint for them. They had the guy that was traded 5 times last year, Deontay Johnson. Yeah, he was garbage. They got rid of him, so they needed a new number one receiver. They have Leggett as a receiver now. They got T-Mac at receiver now, who's a 6'4" big target. He wasn't really like a lot of maybe like a 120 catch guy, but he's a go up and get it kind of guy. For somebody like Bryce Young that may need to get rid of the ball fast or throw up a go get it pass, he can win those battles at 6'4". Again, there's some things that he could work on. I think they could have went another direction, but I don't disagree with it. I think that size is something that's not. It's not the talent separation between him being that size and other receivers being that size isn't that, because there's other receivers that size, but there's not other receivers that size with the same production, if that makes sense. And he has a special talent with the jump ball. The other things that he will have to work on are going to be, intermediate receivers, the short receivers. Can he work on his long speed? I think he ran like a 4.5, maybe close to 4.58 or something like that, which isn't slow, but it's not amongst your burners. So you want him to be able to be your possession guy, something like your playmaker, like a Michael Irvin.
Absolutely. So y'all have the tape right now. It is up right now to this guy going from the Arizona receiver going to the Carolina Panthers, man. I mean, and y'all can see, he definitely got some size on him. He's not the most limber guy, in my opinion. Agility isn't the greatest, but he's definitely got the size, and he is beating people on the 50-50 ball. You can clearly see that from this play right here. Look at this. 50-50. Oh, my goodness. You can clearly see he doesn't mind going up to get it. What you got on this pick, Big Son?
I think that's a big pick for them. Like you say, Bryce Young is coming along. I actually like Bryce Young, and I like his production over the last couple of years. He's come a long, long way, because we was looking down the barrel like, oh, that's a dead pitch dead. But he's come a long way, and I think this is big for him because, like y'all said, he might have to get rid of that ball, you know what I'm saying, with guys coming flying around, but he's become a dog, and that's a good asset for a dog like him. I like
what I can see actually happening with him as well is the play action game will allow him to get put in some one-on-one situations that could be very favorable for him, especially with them having a good tight end. That tight end that they got, I think Jatarius or Jatavius Sanders from Texas last year has been a big impact for them. So if you can run, mind you, they got Chuba Hubbard, who is a beast. I don't want nobody to forget that Shawty is a dog, okay? And him having the rushing games that he's been having over the last 2 seasons helps me to continue to believe that they're going to be able to run the ball in Carolina. So if they can run that play action and get set on some one-on-ones, you're going to put him in some situations that he can win. If he can win those battles, you're looking at a very good pick for these guys. Like I said, I don't dislike any player coming out of college going to the league. You get a chance to play and live your dream out. I want these guys to be in good situations. Don't get me wrong, the team that had a bad record can't, they can't change who they are. But I like guys ending up in situations that are good for them. Don't get me wrong, I love athletes who can make the best out of their situation too, because not every story is the same. But I think that may be a marriage that may work out in comparison to how some of the things just wasn't going the way they wanted to go. And again, with Carolina making those late pushes in the last year to at least solidify that we don't got to give up on Bryce Young, and some of the things that we do well. Let's continue to focus on that. Now, I thought that they would go defense there. There's a defensive tackle that I would have loved for them to get, or defensive end that I would have loved for them to get. But this pick isn't bad because of what analysts have said about after that 20, like Leo said, from 20 to about 100, everybody's kind of like in that same grouping. It's just where they go at. So they may be able to get defensive line and attack on that in the second half for the draft rather than the first. But T-Mac's a good pick. I just didn't think he was going to go first. That's just me. I thought he would go maybe second. I think there's another guy that kind of like stole the show in the combine, and I thought he would go first. But hey, so here's one of the chances for sure to go with the Saints. Saints pick again. Keldon Banks Jr., offensive tackle, Texas. New Orleans Saints. You want to say it?
I like him. I was looking at Cody, so I actually like the way he worked.
Hey.
Talking about a guy stiff at the shoulders, that be him.
But I tell you, bro, hey, bro, I'm gonna make a call on the show right now that I think that Shedeur goes 21, his father's number, to the Pittsburgh Steelers. The Miami Dolphins is the only surprise if he goes somewhere. If he go, the Steelers. Steelers was 10-7 last year, bro. They only got 4 wins with Justin Fields. So they got 6 wins with Russell. If the Giants get 6 wins, that'll be more than they had in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, Giants stinking it up pretty bad last couple of seasons. But they're waking up. Like the earth is in spring. They waking up. Wow.
Kelvin Banks Sr. got 1,461 pass blocks, only allowed 3 sacks. That man pass blocked more than my rent and only gave up 3 sacks.
Yeah, that's big. Ain't no denying that. That's big.
That's crazy.
That's big.
He gave up more. He pass blocked more than the first 2 tackles. The first 2 tackles, Desmond. The first 2 tackles that got picked combined had less pass blocks than he did and more sacks than he did by himself. That's crazy.
Yes.
And that's why I said,
all right, so y'all I would have went. You got Kelvin Banks Jr. here. This is just really seeing what we got on him, getting a little film, man. Letting y'all see the frame and the shoulders from the guys. You know what I mean? What you got on the Big Son? You say he's stiff at the shoulders?
Yes, sir. He get a hold of you, it's on and popping.
Schedule will be released Wednesday, May 14th, fellas.
May 14th is the scheduled release show. May 14th is the scheduled release show. Everybody out there listening, you know, that's when these boys gonna go ahead and put it together after this draft. I mean, so far the draft definitely isn't exciting as last year's. I will say that much, but it's been a good draft so far. I mean, again, Vito, with Vito's point, they haven't really had any surprises so far. So
Damn, man, that Jaguars trade was big for the Jaguars. It just seemed because it's the Jaguars, and then they traded with the Browns. So this is two unlikely teams doing a trade, but that was real big for them. And I honestly think that Mason Graham is a big pick for the Browns just as much as Travis Hunter is a big pick for the Jaguars because you just gave your franchise player the most money of any player in the league, and you also gave him an extra player beside him that can open up what he can do for you. I think that was a big deal once it's all said and done.
yeah, I agree. I agree with you 1,000,000%.
Because this, if the draft would have went without nobody trading, this would have been the first draft to go in order without without a team having multiple picks or anything like that in like the last 40 something years or 30 something years. So we needed a little bit of something to make a splash anyway.
Yeah.
I didn't see it. Oh.
Again. So just to go over the draft order, just to let the people out there know, Cam went number 1, quarterback from Miami. Travis Hunter, number 2. Abdullah Carter, number 3. Will Campbell, number 4. And Mason Graham, number 5. As you can see it on the score, 4 to Cleveland Browns, number 6. And Shijiti to the Raiders. 7, Armand Mimbo to the Jets. 8th was Tetoria McMillan. He went to the Panthers. And 9, Kelvin Banks Jr. to the Saints. The 10th pick is in. That will be Colston Loveland.
The Bears got Colston Loveland?
Yes, the 104 catches. Or whatever it was, 114.
What? It's a tight end. Catches. Oh my God, bro. So now they have
I'm talking about the tight end.
They have 2. The Bears already have a really good tight end. Yeah, bro. My big. Oh, no, I got you right now. I'm about to tell y'all, bro. I can't remember his name, but give me 1 second, y'all.
They about to be running heavy play action with Caleb. Heavy play action.
Bro, hold on. Cole Kmet is their tight end, y'all.
Oh, wow. They do got Cole Kmet.
Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland. Hey, bro, Ben Johnson about to act up, Joe.
Maybe.
He about to act up, bro.
The jury's still out on him.
Nah, bro. You can say what you want. All right, I already told you that Jared Goff is a play action quarterback. He only has one skill set. If Jared Goff can't run play action, he's not good. Caleb Williams is going to be better than Jared Goff, bro. All right, now if he can get past his own arrogance, that's his own thing. But talent-wise, arm talent and what he can do with the football, bro, and they are putting way more around him than Jared Goff started with, bro.
So Vito obviously likes the pick.
I know. I'm surprised. This is a surprise. This is a surprise. I don't understand why they picked him when they already have Cole Kmet.
Play action. Killer.
Yeah, bro, he can play wide receiver and tight end, but he's a tight end. He's 6'5", 240. Bro, he's a beast, bro. He a beast. He's him and Tyler Warren, he's the better receiver. He the better, like he's like you can line him up. Yeah, I know that. That's what I'm saying. He can line up in all spots, bro. Ooh, what a move. Colston Loveland is a dog.
You like that? Yeah, V loves the pick.
Loveland is a dog, bro. No, I love the player. I don't understand why the Bears did this. I'm lost.
Right.
Defense. They need defense. What, bro? If you hold on, if you start the year out like you did last year, who you think started with a better offense, the Bears or us? Okay, so why would you go pick offense when you need defensive help?
Yeah.
You, they didn't. He wasn't throwing the ball to Cole Kmet like that. That wasn't Cole Kmet fault. Cole Kmet was almost an 800 receiver 2 years in a row. Like hey, look, guess what? Keep making bad mistakes. I don't care. It ain't my job. Maybe you trade Cole Kmet later or something.
I don't love the pick. I'm gonna be honest. I don't like the pick. I don't love it. I think it's a mistake personally.
You could have got some crazy defensive ends to go with Sweat.
Yeah, I don't like the pick.
You could have got. I don't know, bro. That's what I'm sitting on the phone or like Red saying it like. What scheme? So now you're gonna. No, I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I don't like the
you.
pick.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying so. First of all, the Bears have always been a 2 tight end set type of team. So you already have 2 tight ends. So now you're going with 2. It don't matter who the other one is. The second tight end is always usually a blocker. Yeah, he's way better. He's going to end up being the starter over Cole Kmet. Yes, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't make sense to put it. It doesn't make sense to pick a starter over somebody who's already a quality starter.
Yeah, it wasn't a point of emphasis. It wasn't a point of need. It wasn't a point of emphasis for the Bears. They definitely have more needs than that. You talk about a team who really couldn't run the ball effectively. Yes, they had DeAndre Swift, but they could not run the ball effectively when they needed to. They lost 12 straight games at the end of the season. I thought they should have gotten more out that pick. If that was the case, they maybe shouldn't have made the pick. If they felt like that was they shouldn't have made the pick. I think they should have traded
back or something, bro.
I think they should have
traded back. Make that pick. Like maybe they're looking for a trade later. Maybe they're going to trade the player.
I trade back in that spot. If I'm
They don't.
Yeah, I trade back. What you think?
If they make a trade now and say that they're going to put Cole Kmet as a part of that trade, but nobody's trading their first round pick for Cole Kmet. That's the whole thing. That's the whole spiel with like me and Red was just talking about that earlier. Do you pick best player available or team need? This is not a team need. It's not the best player available, bro. This draft is about defensive linemen and offensive tackles first, and then the other positions. There are dogs at defensive line, and how you not going to add to your defensive line? They got good cornerbacks in Chicago. Why not help your cornerbacks by getting a better pass rush? James Pierce out there with Sweat. Again,
they definitely need some linebackers.
Ro, I just talked about James Pierce. I just literally talked about him. He's a dog.
Yeah, you did.
Now, the thing is that there's an attitude issue with James Pierce. Like, there's supposedly character issues with him. But here's the thing. Are we playing football or are we running some type of TV show? Are we running like a counseling session or something? Like, we're playing football. I need my defensive players to have an attitude.
That's true.
Yeah. Hey, there you go.
Who plays defense to have an
there
attitude.
you go.
I don't need nobody nice.
There you go. Chase had an attitude. I want that type of attitude. You hear me?
Exactly. I want
straight up
an attitude. Now, I don't want you to not be coachable, but I don't mind you having an attitude. I don't want you to be nice at all.
No, sir.
Yeah, I'm kind of with that one too. I'm kind of with that one too.
And that's why I like Cam Scatterbo too. That boy's a 5 pick.
What you got on this pick?
Huh?
What you had on this pick? This last pick for the What did you have on this last pick?
What I can see from that last pick and Ben Johnson out there, like I said, they about to go play action crazy. That's what he gonna be doing, and that's how it's gonna move. Play action.
You got to be able to.
And then you got Twin Towers. You got Twin Towers that can block and move around, and both of them can play wide receiver.
So what I think also might be getting ready to happen? What Big Son said with the play action, you will end up keeping one of those tight ends on the line with your blocking rotation. So what Ben Johnson will do, bro? Oh, okay. All right, so hear me out real quick. Scheme wise, what Ben Johnson might be getting ready to do is instead of improving the offensive line right away, getting that extra tight end who can catch allows to maybe make that linebacker pause for a second because he got to see what that tight end is doing. And if he does pause and he stays in, you now got an extra blocker and you got a player that's standing still, which gives Caleb an extra second to read past whatever that first second is doing. So he may be trying to build that based on how they're going to swing the line. Because honestly, you got to think. We got to also think that what got picked right before them. What got picked right before them was offensive tackles. I told y'all those are the three best tackles on the jump. Connerly is a good tackle, but Connerly's coming off of an injury, so there's questions about that. So you don't pick him right there based on the injury. Abdul Carter's on the defensive side. They already got defense for the Giants, so they can wait a couple of games for him to get all the way right. The Bears just lost the opportunity to pick three tackles to the teams ahead of them, and they didn't trade up, pick tackles and shit. So maybe Ben Johnson is going to use the line because remember Caleb came from a bad line at USC, and he had a bad line last year. So maybe that's some type of help. Shador's not going
That's
to
what I was saying.
They
Them
just
Twin
gave
Towers, both of
Purdy
them
a
big guys.
contract. They just gave Purdy a rack of money. They're not about to give Shador. Yeah, they're not about to pick Shador. Come on, bro. I'm telling y'all where Shador going. That's okay. I want to be right, so I'm gonna wait. It's always to be a surprise. And Ro, I'm surprised that you picking Shador so high when you called out as many interceptions or questionable interceptions. You think other teams ain't see that?
Oh yeah. I did. I just thought the Giants. I thought the Giants need a reset. And that was the opportunity to do it. I didn't say everybody should pick him. I said the Giants. I said the Giants should consider it.
But you just said you wanted to send them. That's what I did.
San Francisco. The selection is in for the 49ers. The selection is in. They picked Mikael Williams, the edge out of Georgia.
Okay, that's a nice pick right there for them.
Should have went. That's where the Bears should have went.
I
In
agree.
my opinion, that's what the Bears should have went with.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
And this is a championship player. This is a Georgia Bulldog player. They have produced in the last 3 seasons. They have a player that has been on the Super Bowl team in the last 3 years. A Georgia Bulldog has been there.
Yeah.
What are you talking about? We're talking about quality players. Don't get me wrong. Michigan is a dog too. They've been a dog too. And Coastal is a beast. The player I don't have a problem with. I just don't understand that pick outside of maybe trying to slide the line now in your coverages. But again, do you pick a tight end to slide the line? You pick an offensive player to be an offensive player, right? You know what I'm saying? Oh, you know what?
Yeah.
Did they get rid of Kelly? They got rid of Keenan Allen, didn't they?
Yeah.
Okay, so maybe he's the Odunze replacement, and Odunze goes on the outside now.
I think that's a good look, you know. No. Keenan Allen might still be there, though. Don't quote me on that.
Okay, well, I mean, it's another big target, though. It is a big target. I'm just not sure, bro. I just really don't know about that. I still that might be the first questionable pick of the draft to me right now. That one and Will Campbell. I ain't gonna hold you. I think it's Will with the Patriots. Unless you're gonna put him at guard, because the other two tackles I think are
right.
You know what I'm saying? Like Will Campbell is bigger than all of them, no homo, but his arm length, like he's got the shortest arms of all of the tackles in the draft.
Yeah. I think that was questionable too. I'm with you there. We aligned on that one.
9th most in Georgia.
We definitely aligned
27 and a half tackles for loss in Mikael Williams' career. 14 sacks.
The
tackle that got picked 2 picks before, he had his best game against. So them 3 sacks that tackle gave up, one of them, possibly more, came from this player right there. Out of 1,400 picks. It's 12 picks. Cowboys are going Matthew Golden. Matthew Golden or Trayvon Henderson.
All right, the Dallas Cowboys. Would they trade it? Oh, no, they got Tyler Booker. Tyler Booker, the guard from Alabama, goes to the Dallas Cowboys.
Yes.
Yes, he is.
Tyler Booker.
Yes, he is. James Pierce was dogging him. James Pierce was dogging him.
Yes. Nah, it might be a good player. It's an ass pick. It's an ass pick for the Cowboys. Zach Martin retired really hurt them.
Way up there. He hyped. Tyler Booker ran down that joint. He hype. Look, he been dancing the whole time. Look, he doing a dab and all types.
What?
Oh yeah, he definitely got a cowboy swag. Look at him. That's that cowboy swag. It's all over him. The suede coat, the glass. Oh
Hey, shout out to Tyler
yeah.
Booker, man. I can't
That's a
lie.
good
Shout out
pickup for them,
Booker.
though.
You a true cowboy at heart. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. That's cowboy fashion. That's how they act. That's just how they act. He acted just appropriate.
That's mine, probably.
Yes, indeed. That is funny, man. That's funny, man.
I bet you been a cowboy fan his whole life.
Oh yeah, he was hype. He was hype.
He dancing all in the camera.
He was hyped because he ain't expected to get picked this high. What you talking about?
That's what I mean. That could be it
That's
too.
what
Yeah, that's what it was.
Cowboys the best team in the NFL.
What?
Picked
They
me this
picked
high.
me?
What you talking about? They picked
They
me.
picked me.
12?
Oh,
I wasn't
shit.
projected to go this high. I don't even think I heard his name in the first round. No, I ain't gonna say that, but I don't think I heard his name this early.
Hey, Tyler Booker.
Welcome to
Yeah,
the
Tyler Booker.
I want to say Roll Tide, but I can't say it. I just can't. I'm sorry.
Why?
Sorry. Because he's a cowboy now.
Yeah, I ain't
that's
saying
your
no
squad,
damn.
man. You gotta live with it.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna say Roll Tide to that.
Your team making bad decisions. It ain't Roll Tide. Roll Tide stopped when he got to when he joined the combine.
Right. No. It don't.
Tyler Booker, he goes some film. He goes some film for
He
the
a
people.
baller.
The film
He a
is on the
baller.
screen for
Father
you.
on TV. Let's give a moment of applause for a black father speaking about his son being drafted in the NFL. About time we got to see that, man. It should be a norm. It should be a norm. I'm happy to see that, man.
That's good.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
I truly agree.
Miami's the Dolphins got the next pick. Which I got on the Miami Dolphins.
If you're gonna go Shador, this is the only pick that I would pick him at outside of 21. But you got to take him to 21 because his father. This is his father's only son being drafted, possibly in the NFL. If you don't pick him 21, how does it mention? Why do you mention primetime? You got to mention primetime when you mention my son, baby. You know what I'm saying? And 21 is the perfect way to do it, man. You hear me? It'll go down in history. If he ever does anything good, he's gonna always be the 21st draft pick by 21. For what? We don't want Shador no backup quarterback because he's not. Come on, man. What you want him to not to ever play?
No,
You want to see him in the preseason?
Absolutely not.
You want to see him in the preseason?
Not. I'm with you on that one, V.
Like, come on, man.
Yeah,
you trying to cause
absolutely
a whole riot in between our media. Our fan base is not going to go last.
Right.
The media is going to go crazy.
Yes, they is. It's a Kirk Cousins pick. That's what that would be. That would be the Kirk Cousins pick.
Yeah. No, I mean,
you have RG3. Why you drafted?
Jaden would have asked for a trade. I wouldn't even be mad if he did.
Right.
It would be disrespectful. Like, you know what I'm saying? It's a level of disrespect.
Right.
Man.
How could you? Yeah, over me?
Rightfully so.
I'm not gonna lie. This makes me sleep so much better. Genty is not on the Cowboys. Genty is not on the Cowboys. We don't have to play him twice a year.
Genty is not even in the conference. He is not even in the conference.
Even though Abdul Carter is on the Giants, which is going to be, you know, he's going to be a baller.
He's going to just learn me Tunsil.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Exactly. So I'm okay. I'm okay with what's going on today so far. I'm happy.
I mean, to a certain degree.
So
to a certain degree. You gotta deal with the Giants.
What?
I just don't think that's gonna be sweet the way people think it is, personally.
No. I'm saying that Tunsil I'd rather Abdul Carter on the Giants because Tunsil. At least we got Tunsil right there that's going to
That's
be
true.
on that side more than likely.
That's true. That's true. That's true. I ain't think about that.
So, yeah, I ain't too mad about that.
I mean, even if Abdul Carter's going to be good, you got to assume that Thompson's going to be here at least 3 to 4 seasons, maybe more. But let's just say 3 to 4 seasons at a high level. If Carter's better after that, you are looking at trying to at least attempt to get 1 to 3 Super Bowls, or at least put yourself in position for that in that 3 to 4 years. So even if Carter gets better after, if you've accomplished getting to the Super Bowl and winning, I don't give a shit if he get good or I mean, you want to try to work on fixing that or making sure that you can protect that side, but a year or two being good in our division only allows us to end up getting better at that position to stop whatever they're, you know what I'm saying, they doing. So I ain't too worried about that. Especially like you said, when he's starting on a Tunsil's side, you got to start your career right there. It should help you get better sooner, but you got to start right there. Unless they're gonna put Thibodeau over there to get beat up the whole game.
No, I
And
And at
Thibodeau
No, I,
don't really
I
do
definitely
it
agree with you
in the
right
and
there.
at
undercourt.
253, I don't got him doing nothing against Tunsil, to be honest. 253 not big enough, bro.
It's not. It's not. It's not.
And honestly,
It's
if they smart, I would just run to his side.
yeah.
Well, the
Not
thing
saying he's
is,
not good
you
enough, but I'm
should,
just running.
if you the Skins, you should have an upper hand on that side at least. You should have an upper hand because you do have the veteran, and
Mhm.
he's effective rookie. So, and you do have a
All pro.
Pro Bowl veteran going against a rookie. So
All
that
pro.
should be a mismatch. That should be a
Will
mismatch,
Johnson to the
honestly.
Dolphins doesn't sound bad. Tyler Warren to the Dolphins doesn't sound bad. Jalen Walker sounds good there too. Mike Grants. Everybody that's best player available actually could work on the Dolphins. Like I said, the only reason why I would have interest in Shador, if not Shador, at least um the Ole Miss quarterback. This simply be because I'm not sure what you're gonna get with Tua on an entire year. Like he's so injury prone, bro. Is and it's not safe. Like I think going with a quarterback you couldn't hurt your fans wouldn't be mad at you.
Shout out to everybody out there, man, who is rocking with us. This is the Nature Sports Podcast, man. Y'all know what we do. Y'all make sure y'all hit that subscribe button. Go ahead over to the Nature page, man. Hit the subscribe button if you can, if you want to. If you don't want to, we still don't care. Go ahead and hit it anyway. You know what I'm saying? Give us show us some love, baby. Hit that subscribe button wherever you watching it on. Hit that follow button wherever you watching it on. And continue to rock with us throughout the season. We do this each and every week.
Kenneth Grant, Michigan, defensive tackle to the Miami Dolphins.
Yes, indeed.
Not bad. Just want to update everybody that's just coming in, just in case you weren't here for the trade that happened earlier. The Browns traded the number 2 overall pick and the 4th round pick, number 104, and the 6th round pick, number 200, to the Jaguars. The Jaguars received the 5th overall pick. The Jaguars traded the 5th overall pick, a 2nd round pick, number 36, a 4th round pick, 126, and their 2026 1st round pick to the Browns. So that's like important that everybody remembers that the Browns won that trade, I believe, because they got a player that they wanted and was on their board. They only moved back 3 spots, and they received a 2026 number 1 draft pick. So if the Jacksonville Jaguars don't have a successful season this year, the Browns could have themselves 2 very good picks. If they don't have a good year, they could have 2 picks essentially back to back like they did back when they got Courtney Brown and what's his name? I forgot his name, but they picked 2 defensive ends back to back in one of their drafts. I know Courtney Brown was one of them because he was with Penn State, and then the other one was somebody else. I'll look it up later. But that is the update on that trade. That is the first trade of the 2025 draft.
Yeah, I think right now that's the highlight of the night. You know what I mean? I think right now that's the highlight of the night so far. Kenneth Brent,
when you get a chance,
he goes to the
Miami
Dolphins.
You
Let's
want
get
to
his
look on
highlights
Twitter and
up.
see what anybody's had to say
Mr.
about the
Grant.
Chicago Bears?
Got you. Let's see. Let's see the questionable picks. Let's get some reaction from the fans. We want to get the Twitterverse. Y'all know how we do here on the Nature Sports Podcast. Bring you first reaction from the fans. We're going to get the Twitterverse up in 1 second to see what Bears fans, as well as the other fans that are going on in the NFL right now, what they saying about the guys that they didn't got. His highlights up again. Okay, now Twitterverse. Let's get it. Chicago Bears. Let's see what they talking about on the Bears, man. Let's see what these Bears fans is talking about. What are y'all talking? I mean, if you were a Bears fan, Tyler Warren from Penn State goes to the Colts.
Okay.
I told you. Bro, I'm doing good this game.
Okay. I like that. I like that pick for them.
Yeah, no, V, you've been pretty accurate. You know what I'm saying?
I like that.
I can't even lie. The Bears tight end room: Cole Kmet, Colston Loveland, and Durham Smith. Durham Smith is the third one, V. And they already had two tight ends. To your point, good call.
So hold on though.
That's what they're saying. Versatile for days. They're just saying that they basically gonna be versatile. They shoot.
Do you keep Cole Kmet if
they shoot and run the ball a lot? Bears, Ryan Post just made the dumbest pick. Hold on. Let me get the Twitterverse up and I'll just read it. We got to get the Twitterverse out.
I told you.
Because
we got to get this one up. I don't want to misquote nobody. I'm gonna let y'all see it so that y'all can see I'm not making this up. This is not. Okay, Bears. Chicago Sports Rants, right? Chicago Sports Rants 22 minutes ago said Ryan Post just made the dumbest pick in franchise history. You just paid Cole Kmet and tight ends to take a while to develop and get good. This bum Loveland better put up better numbers than Brock Bowers, or I'll be pissed. That's what he said.
He's not going to put up Brock Bowers numbers.
But look where he got picked at. No, you had.
He got picked higher than Brock Bowers.
He got picked either at the same spot or higher. And how do you not? You got. Why am I not wrong for asking you to go produce at this level?
I agree. I agree with the pick. I agree with not picking that player, right? But at the same time, to expect him to be Brock Bowers in that offense where they already have a lot of weapons wouldn't be feasible. They didn't have any weapons. They didn't have nothing last year in Vegas.
Jacoby Myers is a solid wide receiver. He's definitely a solid piece out there.
No, what I mean by they didn't have nothing, I'm like they didn't have a good running game. They didn't have a good time. They didn't have another good wide receiver. They got one wide
costs more capital draft.
I mean, I wouldn't have picked him. I would have traded out of that
Bears.
spot.
Upton. Okay,
I was the Bears,
that's what we said. Upton _4 said Colston Loveland costs more than draft capital than Brock Bowers. That's the talk out of Chicago's that he costs more than Brock Bowers.
Listen. If he becomes like how Aaron Hernandez was when they had Gronk and Aaron Hernandez, then now you got something cooking. You get what I'm saying? It depends on what type of system they're gonna run. I don't necessarily agree.
Okay, no. I'm gonna have to disagree. I'm gonna have to disagree with you, point after seeing this. Okay, Jim Cohen, right here, it's on the screen. Jim Cohen, he wrote, with the 10th pick, the Chicago Bears select Michigan tight end Colston Loveland, 99% total offensive snaps, 100% in MSA rating, 98% in average score, 96% in analytical GPA. They say he got a weapon. So they say he's good.
He is good. He's good. He's a solid. To me, he's a good player, but I don't know if you choose that. Like they're talking about the draft capital for that player right there at that time because you already got Cole Kmet.
That's what I'm saying. To your point, that's what I said. To your point, that's what this guy said. But it's the guy right under him saying, how bad did the Bears miss the number 10 pick tonight?
Like get so that's like saying, so what you're essentially saying is the Bears is that one was that was your team need. or if it wasn't your team need, you pick the best player available. And I think neither is the case with that statement. That's what the draft. You are supposed to
Well,
pick the best player available, or you're supposed to
it
pick
might be
a
team
team
need
need.
though. It might
So
be.
you're
Listen, it
trying to
might be.
tell, based on what you saw.
Hold on, B. Let me. You said team need, right? I get you. So team need would be if we're going to run primarily 2 tight end sets where we need our 2
Uh-oh.
tight ends to be receiving threats, then that is team need.
But they weren't though, bro. I mean, Leo, you know they was running 3 wide receiver sets last year.
They know forget what they was running last year because they got Ben Johnson now,
They
whole new
still got the
coordinator.
same players though. They still
But
have the same players.
that it's not gonna be the same system though.
Okay,
It's not.
so you're taking Keenan Allen off of the field or Roma Dunze off the field for another tight end.
Keenan Allen not with them no more.
I don't know. I'm
So-
with Vito on this one. I'm with V on this
Listen,
one.
Keenan Allen. Listen, hold on.
He might
You got-
he might be a dude. He might be a dual threader. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, that play action game is going to be
So you're
vicious.
gonna pick
now,
Jimmy
hold
Graham.
on. Let me explain. So you no longer got Keenan Allen, right? So you got DJ
Okay,
Moore,
so last year,
Roma Duzier, right? So Keenan Allen, Roma Duzier, that's your 2 wide receivers. You always got Cole Kmet, that's your tight end. Now, if you add Loveland, you could put Loveland in the backfield as a fullback or as a tight end. You could motion him out. You could do a lot of stuff with him that you could do with Kmet. But he's a threat as well. I don't think that it's a bad pick, depending on. Listen though, just like we drafted Ben Sinnott last year, 3rd round, and we didn't use him. If they don't use him, then it's a waste.
So you got him playing over Devin Duvernay, who was on the Ravens last year, or over Olamide Zaccheaus
Yes.
as the 3rd receiver. So he's not gonna be a tight end. He's gonna be a 3rd receiver.
No, not over a 3rd receiver. Not as a 3rd receiver. He'll be 2 tight end set.
Okay, did y'all remember seeing the Lions offense last year? The Lions didn't run a 2 tight end offense.
I get it. I'm saying that that's what it looks like to me. That's what I'm saying. That's what it looked like to
So
me.
man,
what
Shador,
I'm
they
saying to you is
Shador
that,
down there.
to me, that's saying
Man,
that
I'm rooting for Shador to get drafted.
we lost 12 games in a row because Cole Kmet wasn't the answer. We're not gonna put this on our quarterback or our offensive line looking horrible. We're gonna put this on the tight end. A tight end that's been almost a household name in Chicago over 2 years. We're gonna put this on him because we need to go get a better weapon at tight end.
Hey V, this is the problem I have with this. When you look at Ben Johnson from last year, Sam Laporta was his top tight end. He played all 16 games, started all 16 games, and ended up with 60 receptions for 700 yards and 7 touchdowns. So, and the second tight end behind him played in all 17 games, started 8, and ended up with 16 receptions for 100 yards. What has Ben Johnson was good at running the ball with both backs, with Jahmyr Gibbs and David Montgomery. That was the best thing he had last year. Why he would go away from that's what made him his money. So I mean, y'all can say what y'all want. I think
he don't got that same offensive line, which is why I would have probably.
That's why I would have picked the offensive lineman.
Listen, I'm with you, V. Listen, I'm with you, V. But that's why he's not going to try to run that same thing because he don't got the same offensive line that he had in Detroit. Remember, Jared Goff can't run, so they had to build a good offensive line around Jared Goff.
Caleb Williams is not a runner either. He's a survivor. He's trying to survive.
Yeah, I don't like the pick for that one for the Bears. I'm with you on that one. I think that was a pretty bad pick.
I like the player. I want everybody to know that I love the player. The player is fine. I don't get that right there. Again.
Yeah, Atlanta Falcons. Will they get Shador? Will Atlanta get Shador? Is Shador going to Atlanta?
No.
That's
like yelling at when we about to pick.
I would. I get him if I'm Atlanta. Who y'all taking? Y'all taking Phoenix over Shador?
That's Phoenix Town. Yeah.
Y'all taking Phoenix over Shador?
Yes. You want to know why?
I'm not starting over.
I'm saying right
I'm
now.
not starting
I'm taking him. Man,
I trade Phoenix
right now because Jaden Daniels said that he never saw that kid throw any pass that was not a spiral. And he absolutely tore our ass up.
Yeah.
I am a fan of Michael Penix, and I talked trash about him the year that he got drafted. I remember.
Jalen Walker went to Jalen Walker is the pick for the Falcons.
That's a good pick.
That's a good pick.
That's a great pick. That's a great pick. He went to Georgia. He's staying home.
Yeah, that's a good pick.
Great.
Mm-hmm.
Great pick. It's a great pick. I wouldn't have been mad if they picked Shador, though. That's me personally. I wouldn't have been mad.
You are tripping. Half of your team roster money gonna be in quarterback room, bro. You already paid Kirk Cousins the roster bonus.
I agree.
Already. That would be stupid.
But let's be clear about this. Deion Sanders is the best Falcon that
I
ever
don't care. I don't care. You trying to sell something to people?
I'm just. Hold on. Hear me out.
Quarterbacks can't play at the same time.
Listen to what I'm saying. I'm thinking now money. I'm not even thinking football.
Yeah.
I'm not even thinking football no more at that point. I'm just thinking about that stadium being sold out. Huh?
It's not gonna be sold out for him to sit there. What you gonna stand there and watch his watch from the sideline?
No, I would play him. I would play him.
Okay.
I'm just saying. It would be a money grab for me. I'm not gonna even see a lot of y'all.
You're gonna lose that money fast, bro. He's not good. Man.
I'm not gonna say he's not good. I ain't gonna say that.
Okay.
I'm gonna say this. Let me say this. Do he got some things he can work on? Absolutely. You know what I'm saying? And that's why he's falling in the draft. But
he's going to go
Walker
to the
Walker was the right pick. Don't get it twisted. Walker was the right pick, right? Walker was the right pick, no doubt. I'm just saying I would have did the wrong thing.
He's falling in the draft because no team needs a quarterback.
I ain't gonna say no.
He's falling in the draft because of his tape. It's not that good.
But think about it. What team
in my opinion
needed a quarterback? Absolutely needed a quarterback.
The Saints already. The Saints, the Dolphins.
They still got Carr and they still got Tua.
Carr is hurt. And Tua is injury prone.
Next. Yeah, Tua is. The Dolphins definitely should have got him.
What are you talking about? They almost sued the NFL.
No, what I'm saying is that Tua is still their quarterback.
That's a good point, Vito. Why did they pick him? The Dolphins
should. He almost died on the field, bro.
Yeah, should do it.
Listen, I am with you on that.
He's not even approved by the NFL to play. He got approved by outside doctor. They made him get approved by outside doctor to play. If something happens to him, bro, the NFL is not even covering him. Yeah. He's been in the league long enough to get insurance. He's not even covered by the league, bro. All right.
No, hold on. Let me slide in here, y'all. Jesus, G-E-Z-Z-U-S. That's the man's name. Don't get mad at me. He said Miami should have taken Shador. What WTF were they thinking? Yep. It's right here.
I said that. You heard me say that, bro.
That's a good. Hey, that was
It's the only thing that made sense, and that's what I said that their fans wouldn't have been mad because you got to look at the realization that Tua might not be there, and you don't got to rush him to play. If he got to play, it's because Tua get hurt.
Hey, right here, the Dolphins fans are mad they didn't take Shador. Fire Chris Greer. The Dolphins fans are calling for their GM to be fired. They did not like the pick.
What I was thinking about?
They should have took. Yeah, they did not like the Dolphins. Definitely should have got Shador. I'm with you on V. That was a good analyst, V. Good stuff.
The Cardinals could do it.
They have no excuse. Yeah, I don't know about that one. If I'm the Dolphins and the Dolphins fans, if they come up this year and they dealing with a 6-10 record or 6-11 record, and then Tua is hurt half the season. Man, them fans that GM should be fired. And I don't know really.
They might get Travion Henderson. Nah.
That was brutal, man. That's brutal. They didn't pick Shador. When you think about the Dolphins situation, that's brutal. Shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast, bringing you the NFL Draft, wall-to-wall coverage. Y'all know what it is. Right now, Shador has not been picked. Javon Walker just went off the board. He went to Atlanta.
Damn, there's a lot of people there, Joe. Look
You
how many
know,
people there.
yeah, definitely. The place is packed. The place is packed. You know, so shout out to everybody out there listening to the Nature Sports Podcast. So we are now, what is it, 20? Redskins should be coming
16.
up soon.
We had 16.
Oh, we at 16. 16 picks in. We halfway through. What you got? Point. What you got on the draft so far, if you're still with us? We 16 picks in. What you got on the draft? You don't even ain't spoken on the draft so far. What you got on the draft so far? 16 picks in. What you think?
I like what a lot of the teams did. Like I agree with V. Not a big fan of what Chicago did because in my opinion, you got Cole Kmet, so you really don't need to draft the tight end at that spot. Maybe, like I said, maybe that they're going to run a 2 tight end set, and that's what they're setting out to do. And if that's the case, then maybe this is going to work out for them. Cam Ward being number 1, of course. The Jags traded up for Travis Hunter. They really wanted Travis Hunter, so I can see that. The Browns trading back and getting some draft capital for the future. That's a really great thing, you know.
Cardinals with Walter
really
Nolan. Massive D tackle, Ole Miss.
Okay. Jalen Walker, I like at the Falcons. I'm happy. I am very happy that Gentry went to the Raiders. I'm actually really happy about that. Really, really happy about that. You know what I mean? You're gonna get a ball to Gentry, man. You know you're gonna get the ball to Gentry. So that's really cool. Will Campbell going to the Patriots is not necessarily a
Cardinals pick
surprise
is in. Cardinals pick is in. Walter Nolan,
they
D
wanted
tackle out of Ole Miss.
Okay. So you know, Cam Ward. I hope he goes and live the black quarterback legacy like Steve McNair, like Vince Young. A lot of good rookie quarterback years out of that, out of Tennessee. So you know, no big surprises right now.
Okay. Let me say this. I think that thus far in the NFL draft, I think that overall, I would say this hasn't been a good draft for a lot of the teams. I think that some teams did what they were supposed to do, whatever the case may be. But I think that a lot of teams missed on this one. If you ask me, a lot of teams missed on this.
What are you talking
about? Meaning like the Bears, like what you just said, the other teams. And I think as it all plays out, I think we're going. I didn't like the Gentry pick, to be honest. I just didn't like the Gentry pick either. I told you I didn't think Gentry was the best back either. So I didn't like the Gentry pick. I mean, it's just a lot of in this draft. I don't think this draft, you're not going to have the success out of this draft, in my opinion, that you had last year out of last year's draft. But you had record breakers and all of that. I don't see it this time.
Well,
yeah,
the game is changing, and Jaden's season may not be mirrored in impact, but his numbers aren't hard to pass in her first year.
Yeah, numbers are reachable.
Yeah,
not the Russian.
Numbers are reachable, bro. I don't want you to think that they aren't. Believe me, if he got to them numbers are reachable. And
he had the most rushing yards in the history of the game, I think, by a quarterback. Didn't he?
How many years has that record been broken in the last 10 years?
As a rookie? No, RG3. It hasn't been broken in 10 years. He broke RG3's record.
When RG3 breakers?
2012.
All right, so it's been 10 years. But before that, when it came was right before RG3.
Yeah, Cam was right before RG3. Yeah, that's true.
You know what I'm saying? Before that, if it wasn't Vic, it was somebody right before Vic.
It was Vic, but that's not an easy 900 rushing yards out of quarterback is not easy.
I don't think
I'm saying that I'm not saying it's easy, but Jalen Milroe playing that offense last year he don't get the passing yards that Jaden do, but he gets far more rushing yards.
I agree.
If Jalen Hurts, Justin Fields could break that record if they don't have a running game behind him. If he stays and
But
plays
he's
the
not a
whole year,
rookie though. That's what I'm saying. He's not a rookie.
And
I'm saying that rookie record for a rookie to get 900 yards.
Yeah. I agree with that.
Jaden didn't have a 70-yard run. RG3 had a 70-yard run in that season and a 60-yard run in that season.
Okay, but RG3 didn't have going for it on every other fourth down, even to extend drive. That's what's gonna make that.
Jaden wasn't rushing on all of those plays though.
No, but I'm just saying it gave him more yards because the drives was being extended. You got more plays. You know what I'm saying?
Understood. But that's what I'm saying. It depends on the offense that someone's running. Depends on the team. I'm saying that a quarterback can be put in that situation to get those yards if they don't have a running game. Mind you, RG3 did that, and you told me RG3 did that, and we had a 1,600-yard running back.
Yeah.
They did that without a running game. Yeah, they did that without a consistent running back behind that. So a quarterback that's put in that situation where they got to run or they're more talented than the running back behind that, I'm just saying that in today's game, based on how they play, a lot of college offenses are being built in today's game. You know what I'm saying? So it's a possibility that somebody can do that as a rookie. Do I think that happens right away? No. I even said that the impact that Jaden had is probably not going to be done by a rookie quarterback again, but those numbers can be surpassed. Like again, we literally are 1 year removed from CJ Stroud doing it, and then Jaden did the same thing the next year. They just look far, you know what I'm saying? They look fairly different than one another. But CJ Stroud's not really a rushing quarterback like that. So you didn't really get any of those exciting plays as far as the rushing. But he was a good passing quarterback, and he made two receivers out of people that nobody knew, Nico Collins and Tank Dell. Right. Jaden has done some of the same things. It's just the way that it looked last year, and the fact that we went from 4-13 to the record that they had. So it like I said, the impact in the field probably is never going to be mirrored that same way. But the numbers can be
and winning in the playoffs.
Yeah, that's what I said. Though now again, CJ Stroud won one game in the playoffs. That's what I said. Like we literally saw what CJ Stroud did the very next season with 2 extra games added. We won 1 game, we won 2 games. We lost in the 3rd game.
NFC Championship.
If CJ Stroud would have won 1 more game, he would have been in the AFC Championship game. Are we missing what I just said? That's what I'm saying. I'm saying that the same thing that Jaden did. I mean, same thing CJ Stroud did was done the very next year with 1 added win. If you take away how Jaden games look, he has CJ Stroud had 11 wins.
Hold on, bro. You want to know why it was different, bro? Because let's be real, the Lions was the favorite to go to the Super Bowl.
Whatever year CJ Stroud did it, it was somebody else's favorite to go to the Super Bowl. It's a favorite to go to the Super Bowl every year. What are we using that for?
They didn't beat the They didn't beat the number 1 seed. Lee Point right on that one. They didn't beat the number 1 seed. When they played the number 1 seed, they lost to the Ravens. That was a little different. I agree with Point on that one.
Again, I just said that you can't. One more time, maybe y'all overheard what I said. I said we just watched the same thing CJ Stroud did, except for 1 more game, which is Jaden, the number 1 seed. We didn't. The Buccaneers were not the number 1 seed.
No,
we beat the Lions. CJ Stroud lost to the number 1 seed. I said the very next year we watched what CJ Stroud did plus 1 more game. Yes, Jaden gets the credit for winning that 1 more game, but it's the same thing that we just watched the year before that.
I don't look at it that way because it looked like I said, this was the big bad Lions. This is the number 1.
Oh man. You naming the team that they won, Leo, stop naming the team that they beat. Listen to what I'm saying. The team that they beat is the extra game. I said that any of these rookies in the next 2-3 years can come in and do the same thing, can win. Mind you, CJ Stroud still didn't get matched because Jaden didn't win the division. The Texans won their division. They were division champions. Jaden still has work to do. He didn't win the division. So another quarterback that's a rookie can come in and do something that Jaden didn't do because of how the NFL is set up, especially with these contracts and all of that, with everybody trying to get a win with their young quarterback before they got to pay him all this money and not trying to bring in no veterans to get no Super Bowl wins. So if the league is set up for the rookies to kind of compete with these records and stuff like that. If we all looking at the same football, now is it going to be done? I don't think so, but it's still set up that way that these records are going to be like 20, 30-year records. Now, like I said, the impact and what Jaden did, I don't think that that's going to be done probably while I'm still alive. I just don't know if that's that possible to have that impact and from a team to go from that to the next thing the next year. But there were so many changes that I also don't feel like happens with every franchise where there's going to be an ability to happen.
So the pick, man, great take, Vito.
The Bengals got Shamar
The
Stewart,
Bengals got Shamar Stewart, edge rusher.
who was compared to Myles Garrett with his measurables in the combine. He ran a full 5.9 at 6'5", 270.
Oh, that guy, he's a disruptor.
So what
He's
they're
very
saying about
disruptive.
him is that, and I don't like that y'all downing everybody that's after 15, but they just said that he shows up for a play and then he takes 3 plays off. That's probably why he dropped, because he was supposed to get picked a lot sooner based on what analysts believed. Pick 18 is in. All right, Ro, you should call for Shador right here, man, because then he'll take your man's spot.
Who? Kirk Cousins?
Sam Howell.
But these are the highlights for Shamar Stewart.
Pick
For
number
those
17.
people out here watching, he went to CNN.
I like
Number
Shamar Stewart,
17.
man.
NIL money. And you know you about to get drafted, so the money that you were saving.
All his highlights. I mean, he looks good though. I mean, look. I mean, he can
he's
move
good.
well. I mean,
He
he
a
look
beast.
good.
He a beast.
It looked like a good pick at
I like
17. That was
That
a
was
good
my
tackle.
pick for
Nice.
edge rusher.
Clog up the middle. Good pursuit.
Yeah, that
Look
was
like he got a good
my
motor.
pick for edge rusher.
Yeah, he got a motor on him. He sure do. He got a motor.
He got.
He
Some,
got
they
a
said he
motor.
had some.
He
they
played
said
hard.
They
You
said
can
he had
tell.
some
Look at the way he
behavior.
played. I mean, he played hard. Oh my God! Then look at that. Did y'all see that? Woo! Hold on. Let me go back one. Look at this. Look at this. God.
They said he had some behavioral issues,
Man.
though. That's why people wasn't so high on him.
Mm-hmm.
But
this
look,
be
he's
my
in the
thing about the
backfield like
behavior
every. I
issue.
mean,
These guys play a violent sport where they got to be violent, nasty, and all that. And you want them to be, hi, how are you doing, sir? Please, I want an attitude. Give me all the attitude you got and put it on the field.
Football is a
Shit.
mental game, though, big son.
So you can have attitude and be mental too.
Yeah, but some people knucklehead. Some people not. They got the talent, but they ain't got the brain.
I mean, from the looks of these players, I would say he got a pretty good brain.
Yeah, maybe on the field, but if he's gonna be a cancer to the locker room, then you might not want that on your
Ray
team. You gotta know. And not saying that he gonna be there, because like I said, that was my edge rusher that I wanted to flip in the draft to the second round.
Gray Zabel is the pick with the 18th overall pick in the NFL draft. The Seattle Seahawks select Gray Zabel. Gray Zabel.
Yeah.
Offensive line.
And last player from this division,
6'5",
Carson Wentz.
312. Gray Zabel is for Seattle.
Zabel, huh?
Yeah.
He
Hey,
rented 250 acres of land to plant corn in South Dakota.
wow.
Right? When you do stuff like that, you're going to be a great baller.
You offensive lineman, that's exactly what the offensive lineman.
Switching.
That's exactly what the offensive lineman would do. Buy corn.
By cornfields.
Mm-hmm.
They
Y'all know them big country white.
don't look like they switched anything as far as their staff go. But let me.
Can I be funny real quick? I just
Look,
want
let's
to have
see.
a slight joke. This is a small joke. You know who else would buy 250 acres to plant corn?
What we got on the
A
Seahawks?
closet racist.
I'm not gonna laugh at that. I'm not gonna laugh
Oh,
at
come on.
that.
Come on. That was good, bro. You can't. Come on.
that, hey yo. If this was Family Feud, that would be the number one answer.
Oh
An
man.
offensive lineman would be number two.
Oh man. Offensive line. Oh man.
We got Gray Zabel. His highlights up here for the people. That's a good tackle right there. On the edge. Man, oh no, he got. Oh yeah, that's. I mean,
By
definitely
no
more the guys
means,
on the side, man.
by
He,
no means do I mean
he play a little
anything
high
Gray.
to me.
I think Gray Zabel
You know,
is a really good offensive man.
he play a little high.
Hey, you know who I'm looking at? Mike Green.
Yeah, he used to block for Canyon.
I told
Those are
you
good
your
blocks.
dog.
These are
Your
good
dog,
blocks.
Leo.
He used to
Mike
block for
Green, 'cause he's
Canyon.
slipping down. Him, Luther Burton, Jahi Byrne, Matthew Golden, all of them slipping down a little bit.
I told you. I said, man, I don't know. Them players that everybody is like calling out and like they like their games. This not the way the draft go. It's not because the teams that got picks. Everybody got other needs, and then the way people did what they did in the free agency with these contracts, dishing out all of their money in certain areas. So you know what I'm saying, and then contracts that are coming up soon. There's a lot of guys that's playing GM based on them snatching players because they didn't want other teams to get them. Okay, well you got a draft based on that too.
Yeah, but it depends on what because right now looking at it. I mean, we got a good chance of getting a good player, a really good player. You know what I'm saying? So maybe trading out might not even be the move.
We say
we got a chance to get a really good player. So trading out, why would we necessarily trade out?
I think you trade. I think you trade back. I'm with Big Son only because of how it's going. I even said in the beginning, again, not to try to be right, but I said in the beginning that when that trade happened and then Mason Graham didn't go where I thought he was going to go at, even though he still went early, and them three offensive linemen went back to back to back. I said, oh, wait a minute. It's the teams that are getting ready to come up don't need players that we need. There are edge rushers that are big in this draft, so it's a lot of edge rushers that are going to come off, but there are only a couple of like top 5, top 10 quality edge rushers before you start to say that all of these guys are pretty much all alike. You know what I'm saying? Or at least all have similar skill sets and stuff. So if we can move back to get somebody that got some of the skill set as some of the other guys in the top and still pick up draft picks, we in a good spot. Like I said, it'd be a little disappointing not to be able to pick on the first day, but think about how much money we'd save if we pick a first round rated player in the second day and get 2 on top of that.
I'm definitely interested in what they're gonna do.
What I mean?
Now, seeing how things going on.
I mean, now I think you pick a player. I think because you do need an edge rusher, you go ahead and pick the player in this round. But I don't know if I want to. I don't know. I guess because they said most of the players in the second and third round and the fourth round are all like similar. Maybe you could trade that second round pick back and still get the same value. But I feel like if you trade a first round pick, you might be able to get yourself 2 picks along with, you know what I'm saying, like a pick swap and then 2 other picks later on or something like that. Just depending on how much somebody want to move up.
That's what I was about to say.
Yeah.
Depends on who's on the board.
Yeah, the only thing I didn't agree with Peters with was I'm willing to trade with the Cowboys, Giants, or the Eagles. I think after last year, he should have learned his lesson on that one.
Let me say this. This is why I'm interested to see what he's going to do. Because last year's draft was pretty easy for him, in my opinion. This one is much more complicated. Based on the board, based on what the other teams have done. This ain't a shoe-in. So I think we really get to see what Adam Peters is made of tonight and how he's going to make his pick. You know what I'm saying? I think we really, really get to see what Adam Peters is made of, you know.
Which I think the Bucs will get here.
The Bucs, I think they should go slot receiver because of Godwin's injuries. So I think they should get a receiver. Like that guy out of Miami. I wouldn't be mad at that pick. I wouldn't be mad at that pick. Even though it'll probably be a little high, but I think they need a slot guy.
Well, they got a slot guy that took over at the 2 after Godwin got hurt, and then Godwin coming back with the years. They got a slot guy.
And that's exactly what they did. With the 19th pick,
my receiver.
the Bucks pick Emeka Mbuka out of Ohio State.
Call good money.
Emeka Mbuka, good call.
Yeah.
Emeka,
That's a
good call. Or right on money.
Somebody went to the store or something. What's going on?
Man, see y'all. That's why y'all gotta watch the Nature Sports Podcast.
Denver might need a lineman. I'm gonna say, protect old Bo Nix out there.
Yeah, but a lot of the linemen went off the board early.
They need a wide receiver too, though. In my opinion.
Troy Franklin ain't paying out for them, and that's bad because I actually like Troy.
Nah, they probably gonna draft Henderson. They probably gonna draft.
Think so?
Mm-hmm. They gonna draft the running back.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, I think their running game was okay last year. It wasn't excellent. So I think that they gonna try to look and get a dynamic back. So I think, they probably gonna draft a running back right there, and I think it's gonna be maybe not Henderson, maybe what's younger from North Carolina? Damn, I can't think of his name right now. Henderson from what's the name? But from Ohio State. But what's his name?
They got their guy. The Browns seem, they seem satisfied.
Hampton. They probably gonna go Hampton. What's the name? I keep saying Henderson. I think the Broncos gonna go Hampton.
Think so? They can go Hampton. I agree. That's a good call. They might go Hampton.
Broncos gonna go Hampton.
But they just came back from a North Carolina running back. They had Williams before that. So you think they're going back with a Carolina back?
Probably. The Bucks offense now include Baker Mayfield, quarterback, Bucky Irvin, running back, Mike Evans, wide receiver, Chris Godwin, wide receiver, Emeka Mbuka, wide receiver, Jalen McMillan, wide receiver, and Cade Otton. They got a lot of weapons over there. Their pass game crazy. They're probably gonna trade one of them though.
But they honestly, I get why they got him. They're probably gonna trade Godwin, but I get why they're doing it.
They just re-signed Godwin.
Oh, all right.
McMillan. I think they'll get rid of McMillan.
Why they're doing it, but I think they should have gotten the offensive lineman because Baker Mayfield was running for his life last
year. I get you. Yeah, Bucks. I mean, it is what it is.
I mean,
shout out to everybody out there listening. It's the Nature Sports Podcast, man. Y'all know what we do, bringing y'all this NFL draft. You know what I'm saying? Y'all sit here, ride with us, ride it out. It's another draft day. We wait for the Redskins to come up, of course, but going through all the teams, only the way we could do it. We're gonna go ahead and give you a quick commercial break. Not commercial break. It's about 2 seconds just to let you know. Get spot down. Give you a little drop of our network and where you can find us at and how you can find us and everything. So, without further ado, we're gonna do that, and then we'll come back and bring y'all the Denver Broncos on the clock.
YouTube.com/@TheNatureDC. Subscribe today.
You know. So we got Denver Broncos on the clock. Point B said they're gonna go running back. Big Son said, what did you say, Big Son?
Offensive lineman.
Offensive lineman. They got offensive line. I'm gonna say running back, but not Jamal Williams. I mean, but not because of Jamal Williams, not Omarion Hampton. I'm gonna say running back. Yeah, I'm gonna say running back. You know. So let me ask y'all, what would y'all again? Let me see. After seeing what happened, I know Vito said he would like to see the Redskins trade down. Big Son, are you still do you still have that stance when it comes to the Skins?
Yeah.
And what is your prediction on the Philadelphia Eagles? What do you think the Philadelphia Eagles are going to do today with their pick?
I have no idea what the Eagles going to do. Be honest, I've been so focused on what we're going to do. I haven't really thought about where they would go. If I would say anything, they're probably going to go edge rusher too, and I wouldn't want James to go to them. That's why I would definitely get him if he's available still when that pick comes through.
I got the Eagles going defensive tackle because they lost Jamal Williams. So I got them trying to replace Jamal Williams here. That's my prediction for the Eagles. That's my prediction for the Eagles. As far as the Redskins go, right? As far as the Redskins go, with this season coming up, what is your biggest concern with the upcoming season for the Washington Redskins? Let's send that one around the room.
My biggest concern, if I'm going to be honest, is edge rusher. We tried to address it. We haven't addressed it yet. We're going to see when the pick come here, but one of my biggest concerns is getting the solid edge rusher in there, man. We need a good edge rusher.
My biggest concern is safety. That's my biggest concern. I do like Will Harris. I think he's a decent safety. Do I think that he's going to be a lockdown safety? He going to bring the pain. He going to dominate. Do I think he's going to do better than what Chin did? Maybe not. And so I think safety is my biggest concern. But then it would be 1B would be edge rusher along with Big Son. And then honorable mention would be cornerback. I do think we need some more cornerback.
Okay. What about on the field? Now that you talk about team needs, but on the field.
I don't mind Will Johnson. I don't think he's fast.
My bad. My bad.
No, I was just saying, as far as I pick, like I don't mind Will Johnson. I don't think he's the fastest. I do like Will Harrison because of his speed, and that could mean a lot. But I think that Will Johnson and Sam Steele together could be a deadly combo just because of like comfort. You know what I'm saying? Like two people being used to playing with each other, knowing what to expect, understanding scheme, and you got one that can teach the other. Based on the way that Seattle played zone with Richard Sherman. Richard Sherman's not a speedster guy, but knows how to play in space. If Johnson could bring that and along with his physicality as far as tackling, along with Sandstrom's ability, and then you can put Sandstrom back in his original place. Those things I like. Harrison, I think they have to grow together, but that speed that Harrison has is incredible. Jahdae Byrne was on our board too that came to our pro day, and I do like him as well as a tackler and a cover guy too. So he's off the board to the Broncos. Again, bad pick for me. Sorry. You can say what you want. Jahdae Byrne's a talent. This is a bad pick. The Broncos had the number one secondary outside of the game against Jerry Jeudy.
Oh my God, yeah.
This
Yeah,
doesn't
I
make
don't agree with
sense.
this pick either.
They did. They did.
Yeah, they was
Okay,
tripping.
he's playing in the slot, so maybe they're gonna use him as a slot corner. But again, oh, you know what? They did get rid of no. Asante Samuel Jr. was with the Chargers. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about this. I don't know about it. Again, I have to go look at their slot corner. I do. So you know what I'm saying? Maybe they are making improvements on the slot part. I know on the outside, they were really good last year.
Yeah.
And like I said, outside of that Browns game that Jameis Winston lost his mind, I ain't really sure why I would go D back. Like to me, just period. Just to me, I don't know about being the coach or the coordinator that wants to beef up my part of the defense if there are holes in other places. I feel like if we're one of the
Yeah.
better rooms as a coaching staff, I don't need to beef up my room if the other areas of the room can help my guys get better.
I
If I'm
agree.
a running back coach, I don't want to pick
I
up a
agree.
top 5 running back if I don't have a great offensive line or I don't got a good offensive coordinator. I mean, a good offensive line coach that can coach my offensive line up. I want to be a running back coach that is behind a running back. I mean, an offensive line coach that knows how to coach an offensive line, knows how to get his guys to block, has a system for what I would like to do running. That's where you're going to get success at. I don't need the number one back in the class unless my team had a bad year and I got the ability to get that number one back, or we're about to sign him via free agency. But if I can get a top 7 back, let's say I can get the 7th best back in the draft. This doesn't mean that he's going to be the 7th best throughout the year. This just means that I got the 7th best talent. But if I got a better offensive line or competitive offensive line, just as much as the top 17 that are drafting a running back or have a running back in the league, I'm going to be in good shape every year.
I
Yeah,
agree.
you
I
definitely
agree.
put yourself
I agree.
ahead of
Steelers
the
on the clock.
game. Picks in.
Pick 21. Pick 21. They smiling. They smiling. They smiling. You hear the word? You hear it? Y'all even hear them talking about it, bruh.
You know what it is. You know
You
what pick
already know
21
what it
is,
is,
right?
bro. I'm telling you.
It is
They about to go to commercial, bro.
Shador
They about to show
Sanders.
Dion. They might as well let Dion introduce the jump.
Pick number
Derek
21. Shador
Harmon.
Sanders.
Derek Harmon. Derek Harmon, offensive tackle from Oregon. It wasn't
Oh
Shador.
my. Oh
What?
my.
The defense? No, this is a defensive tackle. Shorty's a beast.
They said he's
Shorty's
a
a
beast. They
beast.
going hype. They hype
Shorty's
about
a
him.
beast.
He's going to take
Shorty's a
over for
beast.
Hampton. He's going to take over for Hampton.
Shorty's a beast. Shorty's a beast.
Oh,
I will. If you talking about for Casey Hampton,
Yeah, for Hampton. Yeah, he's about to
Casey Hampton,
retire.
yeah.
Yeah, he's
Mhm.
older, so it's that time.
Shorty a beast. I give you that. I give you that. I give you that.
man, still, bruh.
So Shador might go to the Browns. Nope, the Browns traded that second pick. No, they didn't. Yeah, no, that should be okay. So the Browns back in play for him.
So, what's the possibility Shador falls out the first round?
It's over now.
Yeah.
That's over with,
Yeah.
buddy. These are all playoff teams after that. 21 was the last one that had a chance. And that's because they ain't got no quarterback. And again, that means that one,
No.
they didn't.
You know what that means for us? That means
What?
somebody might try to trade up into that first round to go get Shador.
Ain't nobody doing that.
That's
Why?
true.
Everybody
That's
that
true.
would-
I'm with point there.
Why?
No, ain't nobody get. Why? If they had a chance to get him, they already had a chance to get him.
No, but if they had somebody higher on their board, now that maybe Shador was higher on their board, but just not
Point might be
number
right,
one.
though. He might be
Yes
right.
or no? Yes or
Yeah.
no? Is quarterback the most important position on the NFL team?
Yes.
So there's no better player if that player can change your franchise. That player is why people come to your games. The Browns have people coming to see Myles Garrett because the Browns don't have enough in their quarterback to make them come to the game. But if Shador Sanders is on the Browns team, you go see Shador and accept Miles Sanders is there.
Yeah. So guess what? The
Hey,
Browns
Miles Garrett.
didn't they already make a trade?
Yeah, to get an extra pick.
So you don't think they'll trade again to get in the first round to get Shador?
No, they're second in the first round. They're literally the second pick in the second round. The Titans aren't going to pick them.
And
The
it's true.
only reason why the Browns would trade
That's
up is if
crazy.
they
The
think that
Titans
somebody
should
else is
pick him.
trading up.
That'll be crazy if the
What?
Titans pick him. They got the number one,
Hell
first and
no. To
second
why?
quarterback.
Nobody's going to do that.
I'm not
RG3
saying
Kirk
that.
Cousins
I'm
thing
saying that
again.
would be funny. I just said it would be funny. That's
Yeah,
all.
no, I know. I'm
Yeah.
saying I'm not saying why, like you saying nothing wrong. I would laugh at it too, but I'm saying
Yeah.
nobody's gonna. That Kirk Cousins RG3 thing showed everybody we probably made a mistake doing that, and they're
Yeah.
not gonna do that until you get another team that's trying to just tank like we did at some point, because that was just stupid to
I
do
would
it
just
then.
trade Shador. I would do it and wait until halfway through the daggone season when somebody need a quarterback and then trade Shador for 3 first rounders.
You're not gonna get that for somebody who's not playing. He got to play in order to do that.
That's true. Maybe.
And then maybe ain't nobody giving up first round
They
picks to a
Matt
Trey
Flynn.
Lance.
Matt Flynn played. Matt Flynn played.
Sam Howell went highest last year for quarterbacks who just started, and he had a whole year resume and only got a third round pick.
John Elway was drafted. They traded
Joe
for John Elway.
Milton. Joe
Huh?
Milton got some burn and went for a fourth round pick. Quarterback's not going for no first unless you're going to trade him during the draft. You got to get that. You got to do that trade to trade up for that pick or something like that. I'm not giving you no first round pick after you drafted him and he ain't got no playing time. Because as soon as he play bad, you can never sell me. I never, whatever you ask him, he got to play good. The only way you can sell him for a first round pick is if you go out there as a backup and have a 200-300 yard game and then win the game, and then your quarterback about to come back and you're like, anybody want him? That you could probably get a number one pick because now you're just selling the projection. But you'd have to be hustling crazy to sell that. Like you got to know the game that you could play him and that he's gonna have a good advantage
Play
and
him in
have an offensive
preseason.
coordinator.
Play him in preseason.
Nah, that's not
Make
going to
sure
work,
he look
bro.
good.
It's not against enough. It's not against enough for real
The
players.
Rams.
The Rams, what?
The Rams could. They could put a
The
chip in the middle.
Rams.
Oh my Jesus! All
They
right,
could
guys.
look. They do got a 40-year-old quarterback.
Who's making $50 million a year?
That's
Right,
true.
but the Rams is 26 picks, so he's not gonna get paid a whole bunch of money.
He's going to get guaranteed. He's going to get a 5th-year option contract. Everybody in the first round gets a 5th-year option contract, which
Yeah.
means he's going to make $10 million a year at quarterback. You still
Nah,
so
not
now
10
you
million
pay-
a year.
He's after signing bonus and his regular contract, he's going to make $10 million. All right. The first pick gets almost 40. He's going to get $10 million and you got to go based on the position you're playing.
Nah.
I'm gonna give y'all the exact.
Nah. Yeah, no, he's not getting 10 million. Jaden Daniels is the number 2 overall. He got 4 years, 37, and so got 37, so plus 24. So he
What's
gets
his
an annual
signing
salary of 9 million. 9 million. His annual salary is 9 million.
What was his signing bonus, Leo?
His signing bonus was 24.
And he's getting 30 something. That's over $50 million.
Hold on, let's double check this. Right. But he's the number 2 overall. Number 29, 26 ain't getting that.
I said 10, not $50 million.
He's not getting 10.
Okay.
If Jaden Daniels' annual salary is 9 million. That's 62 million.
Hey, I wonder if Roger Goodell works out a couple months before this draft, man. They be shaking him
Yeah,
up
that's
pretty
15
well.
million a year. 15.5. That's what Jaden Daniels is getting from being the number 2 pick.
A first-round rookie quarterback drafted 26 overall will typically receive a 4-year contract with a 5th-year option, fully guaranteed. The total value of the contract is determined by the rookie wage scale, and the signing bonus and other guaranteed money will also be included.
Okay.
You're going to
Yeah.
essentially be giving $10 million to a rookie quarterback on top of the 50 that you're paying your already quarterback. You're paying $60 million for somebody to sit when you got other needs. That's just not smart. When I keep trying to tell y'all, he's Deion's son, bro. He's not a generational talent. I don't know what y'all watching, bro. Y'all watched a bunch of short passes in a division that was trash.
And it wasn't me because I ain't I wasn't the one. I don't think he's that good. Never had.
So no, listen, bro. Michael Penix Jr., right? He was drafted number 6 overall. He is getting paid 36 million for the 4 years. 36 million.
Signing bonus, Leo.
Including the signing bonus. He's getting 23 on he's getting his annual salary cap is 4 million. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, no, he's not gonna get nowhere near that.
All right. I said 10 million. That is gonna be
He's
included
not
in
gonna get
signing
nowhere near
bonus.
10 million.
All right.
If they draft him, he's gonna get about 3 million and some change. About 3 million and some change. That's about it. So and you can get him on a 5th-year option. So if I'm the Browns, I would trade up into the first round.
Well,
If
the
I
question is he
The
going to get
top
drafted
12
at all?
contracts gonna get 20 million over 4
Huh?
years.
Vito, let me ask you this,
The
V.
top 12 choices get 20 million.
Let me ask you this, V. Let me ask you this, V. Is he going to
Yeah.
get drafted at all?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to check. I wanted to see what y'all thought, you know.
Why wouldn't he get drafted?
I mean, he ain't drafted yet. That's why. Not to say it like that, but
Hey, Leo. 4
Yeah.
years, 15 and some change. That's without a signing bonus for the 26th pick.
Yeah. That sounds about right.
man, I mean, again, this happens to the best of them. Tom Brady was a 6th-round pick. So,
Yeah.
I mean, you know, at the end of the day, it don't really matter where you go, for real. To be honest, you probably going to get your shot at some point. And it's about what you do when you get your shot. To be honest.
So with the number 22 overall pick, Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers select running back Omarion Hampton out of North Carolina.
Oh my goodness. We knew that was going to happen. We called that Chargers because J.K. Dobbins ain't there no more. And he was just such a, oh man, that was a great pick. Great pick. That might be pick of the night right there for me. That might be pick of the night right there.
Well,
I know what to do
for the
with him.
Chargers.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That might be the most impactful pick, I think. Remember, I had him as a 1A, 1B. I had him, RJ Henry, and Cam Scatterbo. It's all like right there. It doesn't matter where you go between them three, you want to get a good back. He's a monster. I got him over Genty.
You got him over Genty?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do.
Not me.
I disagree.
Yeah.
I disagree.
I got him over Genty.
I disagree. Hampton?
Yep.
You talking about Hampton?
Yes, Hampton. Yes.
Bro, I tried to tell y'all Hampton. Y'all told me no at first. Remember?
I still say no. I think he's Brown.
I still say no too.
Before the injury, as far as before the injury,
Not over no
total
Genty.
speed. Over
No,
total
I don't
speed.
like
over
Hampton.
Bro,
Got him over Genty.
Genty didn't even run full speed majority of his runs.
I got him over Genty.
Genty different, bro. I don't know.
Y'all heard what I said.
Okay.
I'm sticking by that.
Well, you can stick on by it. Anything out of North Carolina the last few years ain't really been top tier. I mean, well, Javante Williams. Let me not say it. Javante Williams was a beast, but
Now he the
I'm not
only
gonna
NC, he
give.
the
I'm
only
not gonna
NC
put him
quarterback
over
with 1,500 back to back. He the only NC running back with multiple 1,500 yards a season. He's a very good back. I'm not gonna take him out of the top 5. He probably fourth in my ranking, maybe third or fourth in my ranking. I got to think about who I got. I got who's up there. I got over there. Yeah, he's probably third or fourth in my ranking right now. Like I said, it was just that no, it was just it's the only thing. There's no knock that he's a good back. I just think that he get caught too much on them long runs. Like he run out of gas a little bit. But he gets to that situation a lot. It's just that he run out of gas a little bit too much for what I think that we need for us. I don't think that he's bad. I just think he's just running out of gas for us.
I think he reminds me of Adrian Peterson, meaning with his break tackle, the way he breaks tackles. He don't have the speed that Peterson has.
Like Eddie George.
Eddie George. That's what I said. Remember I said that. Eddie George.
I like Hampton.
I mean, I think he's a monster. I think he's a monster. I think that is a great pick. I think that is, for me, that's pick of the night for me. That's the steal of the draft right now for me.
No, the Jaguars getting Travis Hunter might be the steal of the night. Yeah. Nobody expected that. I will say for even myself. And they got a weapon that they literally could
value. I'm talking about the value. I'm talking about the value.
Travis Hunter value just changed their entire. That division is.
I don't think you mean what I said. Travis Hunter can be perceived as the second best overall guy in the draft.
Omarion Hampton. So let me ask you this: do you think that Travis Hunter could get the Jaguars over the hump to go to the playoffs against a Houston over Omarion Hampton beating the Chiefs or beating the Chiefs or the Broncos?
No.
I got him playing well against them. Yeah, I'm with Hampton.
That's not what I asked you.
I got to compete with the Broncos, but not the Chiefs. And for real, now you got to think about the Raiders too, because Ashton Jeanty over there.
Man, Jeanty versus Hampton. Hampton gonna have more yards.
That's gonna be classic.
Hampton gonna have more yards than Jeanty. You heard it here first.
Well, that's because that's all that Wichita does. The Chargers proved that they made a horrible quarterback out of Justin Herbert because of that.
Nah. I think
they're going to do the same thing that they did last year. Justin Herbert's going to have just as little of yards as he did last year because they're going to run the ball. That's what John Harbaugh did the entire time he was with Michigan for 6 years. He never changed his offense to a passing offense.
It was a pre-roll.
Roman Wilson got all them years in wide receiver and
7 free rolls for $1
catches. Because we got
run
blocking on his run blocker.
Wow.
Take two of them down.
Harbaugh gonna run the ball. You know what I'm saying? And then don't get me wrong, with Lad
because it came with the deal.
Passing the ball more. They got a dog in him. But Omarion Hampton is going to allow them to run the way he wants. I think that they should have got
what's his name? I need you to mute, Big Son.
I'm itching, but I don't want to oversleep it anymore.
Big Son, we need to mute Big Son. I think they should get Corsom from last year that played with him in Michigan. Corsom's with the Rams. I thought he was gonna get him last year with the Chargers when he had a chance to, and he didn't. This is a big upgrade for what I know he could have did what he did with Shorty. He might do a damage out there with the Chargers, but are you beating the Chiefs with this pick?
Maybe if you can control the clock. If you control the clock.
All right. I'm gonna say no because you don't score enough points to beat the Chiefs, in my opinion. And the Chiefs had a hard time scoring. I think they only had one game over 30 all last year. That's because they had a lot of injuries. I think a lot of people are forgetting about the injuries that they had. And I don't know if you can beat Mahomes by keeping them off the field. But you have to call some turnovers after just that running. And if y'all seen what their defense got done to them in that playoff game against the Texans, Omarion Hampton wasn't going to help them in that game.
Nope.
They needed to unleash
their
4,000-yard quarterback.
I think he would have.
And just in my opinion, I'm just in my opinion. I think that they needed to
unleash
their 4,000-yard quarterback that only had almost 3,300 yards.
I agree.
Matt McConkey almost had 200. Matter of fact, I think he had 200 yards receiving that game, or close to 200 yards receiving that game.
Yeah, Larry
Because
McConkey went off. Larry McConkey went
yeah,
off.
they started throwing the ball late in the game. That's what I'm saying. They tried to run the ball most of the game, and Houston just ended up bottling that. You know what I'm saying? Bottling that particular offense in. And if y'all
No,
remember,
I do agree.
they
Yeah,
had
I
a
do
good
agree with
running
you
back
there.
last year. They had a good back last year. J.K. Dobbins. J.K. Dobbins is a dog too, y'all. I ain't gonna say
No, he got
dog
hurt.
JK
Remember,
like that.
he didn't
I
play.
know,
He got hurt.
I know.
Yeah.
No, I'm just saying that scheme, like he still had the same scheme though. Like, and again, if Dobbins is hurt in that playoff game, you gotta let Justin Herbert go. You gotta let your best player, you know what I'm saying, go. You can't hold him back and
I
still try to
agree.
run the same scheme. Now, again, maybe he's learned from that, but I do think that Amarian Hampton is a upgrade.
Yes.
J.K. Dobbins. I think J.K. Dobbins is somewhere else.
No, he's a free agent. He's still a free agent.
He's still a free agent.
Yeah, he's still a free agent. Yeah, he's still a free agent. I just think that
I'm still here.
For me, that's a steal of the draft.
I had to mute it, but I'm still here.
Yeah, that's a steal of the draft for me.
Yeah, but bruh, I'm gonna be real. I think that like when you say control the clock, you got to think about it. In the Super Bowl, you know what I'm saying? They cause them turnovers. So yes, you might have to cause turnovers, but if you can run the ball against the Chiefs, you might can win games like that. Justin Herbert got a good enough. He can throw good enough to make those short third downs and stuff like that.
That's true, but the Chiefs got a good run defense. That's why the Eagles had to pass in the Super Bowl. That's another thing too. The Chiefs, as long as they got Chris Jones, bro, they're not going like that on no running game shit. I don't give, like I said, even if they figure it out, maybe, and again, picking him allows for you to now be able to use Justin Herbert if you're going to be smart enough to do that, John Harbaugh. But that means that Hampton's going to have success up into those weeks that you're about to play the Chiefs, for the Chiefs to have to game plan against the run for you to try to be able to pass against them. But I also want to point out that if anybody thinks that the Chiefs is going to take that Super Bowl ass whooping and not try to make some adjustments and all of that, we'd be crazy to think that. That's what I'm saying. Like they was 15-2 last year, but they may take that ass whooping in the Super Bowl super personal. We don't know if they really trying to come out and try to go undefeated, right? You know what I'm saying? So, like right now, and don't get me wrong, I don't think that that's a bad pick for the Chargers. I think that's a good pick based on the way that they were playing and stuff like that. But man, you don't have another number two.
I think Hampton though helps them a lot. I'm gonna be honest with you. Hampton helps.
No. Without J.K. Dobbins, you had to have a running back. So I don't think that was. I think that was smart. I think that was smart.
Yeah. The pick is in for Green Bay, and we waiting on Minnesota.
I ain't gonna hold you though. I think I would have went with a wide. I would have got Scatterbo if I was Harbaugh. That would have been a perfect place for Scatterbo.
Okay. Hey, listen. For the first time since 2002, the Packers now select a wide receiver, Matthew Golden. Out of
That's
Texas.
going to be big for them.
That's going to be nasty.
That's going to be because now he actually has a wide receiver.
Yeah.
As we learned last year, Reed was not it. He had one good game and sucked every fucking week after that. Made me miss so much money, bro. Oh my gosh, hated him. He had one good week, bro. Threw everybody off. Bet on him. Failure. Yeah, Matthew Golden is it. I think that this Tech should have fell in this spot. I mean, not fell to the Packers, but Tech should have been the second receiver. Matthew Golden should have been the first receiver pick.
But I'm gonna tell you something though, V.
Maybe not.
I'm about to tell y'all something crazy. I'm gonna tell y'all something crazy. The board is wide open though. The board is, to be honest with y'all, the board is wide open. This first round went so crazy for real, and maybe it wasn't expected, but this board is wide open. It's still a whole bunch of talent.
Yeah. It's really only one player that got picked out of all of the players that's out of the ranking that I had him at. And that would be Gray Zabel. No, I think Tyler Booker too. Tyler Booker and Gray Zabel probably went earlier than I expected, but I still thought that they were first round graded players. There's nobody right now that got drafted that was like they shouldn't be in the first round. Nah. Now, what I will say is that some players went places that I didn't think that they were gonna go. there are a few notable players that are available with these last 5 picks.
Did y'all see that last pick right there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Matthew Golden.
Yeah.
I was gonna hold it in, but I can't hold it in. I don't know when my man got that
That
massive
suit.
curtain turned into a suit, but they did it. They did that thing for him. You know what I'm saying? Whoever found that curtain for you, my boy,
Yeah, I think it
they
just go
looking
with his
out.
last name. I think it go with his last name.
Yes, sir. Mr. Golden.
Yeah, I mean, look. So they
That look
saying
like
Will Johnson. They saying Will Johnson's knee is why people are, I guess, concerned about him. And they said, that's the concern on Will Johnson. So basically, that's why he's been slipping in the draft.
Yeah, it was that 4.54, Leo. People ain't gonna
Yeah,
be slick to me. I ain't gonna hold you. You can say the knee all you want to. The problem to me is that all of the cornerbacks that got picked high last year all ran that same 40, and people picked them with so much confidence. Them Kool-Aid
maybe
McKinstries and all of that. That was
maybe it
the
is his
fourth.
knee though.
No. What I'm saying is that you had cornerbacks that was injured last year that still got picked, even if they had injury concerns and different things like that. That had slow 40s. I just think that there's so many fast corners this year that slow 40 hurt them. And sliding down the board is not a bad thing. I want people to understand that the further you slide down the board, unless it starts the round over, the more likely you're going to end up with a playoff team or with a team that's pretty good. So you'll get
Yeah,
a different level of coaching. It's okay to fall sometimes. Now you don't want to go
yeah.
after day 4, but undrafted is even good too, because again, you like get a chance to get invited to some good situations.
Yeah, I agree. Falling down the board is not. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you're going to get your chance. It's all about what you do with that chance.
Yep.
So if you falling down, it don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, you never know, man. We gonna see. We getting closer to our pick. I know that.
5 more picks.
I'm excited.
We
I'm
getting closer
excited.
to our
I'm ready
pick.
to see what they're going to do. I got them trading down, though. If I had to bet anything, I think they would trade down.
looking for the trade down. Unless my man is in a good position. My man right there, though. My man right there. I'm pulling the trigger.
I hope they draft KJ Henry, though.
Who you think you should pull the trigger on?
I mean, RJ Henry.
There.
I want RJ Henry. I
There's.
want Cam Scatterbo or RJ Henry.
There's.
Bear.
You don't want Pierce, Big Sam.
Why not? What's wrong with him?
Not this early. He's too light. You got to think we put him at defensive end. We're not gonna put him at linebacker. We only use 2 linebackers, so it'll be a defensive end. And he only like 260, like 250 something, 260. It might be like 245.
Yeah, but he a dog though. You seen his play?
We talking about everybody's gonna be 320 or better for the most part. That he gonna be facing that tackle.
Yeah, well, he plays in the SEC though, bro. Most of them guys is big.
I mean, my little cousin goes to Tennessee. I mean, it's not really much good coming from the Tennessee camp about him. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not just his play and stuff like that. He's
The
good,
Giants. The Giants are trading back into the first round. They gonna go get Shador.
Uh-oh.
The Giants are trading back into the first round. That's what the source says, per Adam Schefter.
They have the position to do so.
I like him. The film that I've seen on him, the guy has good eyes. He doesn't get fooled out and faked out like Fowler was getting fooled and faked out. Fowler was real good in
the get blocked.
Huh?
I said he's not gonna have to because he's gonna be getting blocked.
He got good hand and feet work. He ain't gonna get blocked that much. He's going to get off blocks. He's going to get off blocks.
So basically, right now, the talk of the draft is the Browns fans upset that they didn't get Travis Hunter.
Mm.
They don't even have a quarterback to throw the ball to him. Like, what the fuck are they talking about?
Houston
That's what they
Texans.
upset about on Twitter.
Houston have traded their pick to the New York Giants. That's what Point was talking about.
Who did the Vikings? Who did the
That was
Vikings
smart.
pick?
The Vikings.
Vikings pick is in right now, but it's
Donovan Jackson.
okay, here we go.
Offensive line, Donovan Jackson.
There you go.
Ohio State.
I mean, I think that's great. That's a great pick, being as though, especially since McCarthy was
Yeah.
hurt. I think that's a great pick.
Yeah. Hey, somebody just tweeted the draft will just never be the Vikings thing. They
It's not a
saying
bad pick, but
they saying the Giants traded up in the first round.
Yeah, they on the clock now. They traded with the Vikings.
No, they traded with the
I
Texans.
know with the Texans. My bad. Yeah, with Houston.
Okay. Yeah. They gonna draft Shador. Watch.
I love it.
They gonna draft Shador.
That's gonna be so much drama out there if they do that,
The
bro.
Giants
I hope they do.
have drafted
So
Jackson
much
Dart.
drama.
I told you that.
Oh, Jackson Dart. Oh!
I told y'all.
Hold on.
They've never drafted a black quarterback in the history of their team, bro.
Eli.
Hold on. My bad.
Eli.
I don't think it's confirmed yet.
Oh, it's not confirmed. It's not confirmed. See, Leo,
They said they're getting a quarterback.
What happened to Russell Wilson? So Russell Wilson ain't gonna start.
Yeah. I don't think Jackson Dart or Shador gonna start.
Nah. Why would you even get Jackson Dart if you got Jameis Winston?
Why would you get Russell Wilson if you want to draft a quarterback?
That don't even make sense to me though.
Why would you get Russell
I'm
Wilson
just
if you
saying.
want to draft a quarterback in the first round?
So the Giants get the number 25 pick. The Texans get the 34th pick and the 99th pick.
And the 2026 third rounder.
2026 third rounder.
If I'm the Texans though, and you just lost Laramie Tunsil,
I'm cool with that.
I don't know if you do that. I think you should have drafted a tackle. I think you should have drafted the offensive lineman. CJ Stroud got sacked 63 times. CJ Stroud got sacked 63 times last year. I'm sorry. I think you should have drafted a lineman if you're the Texans.
The pick is in. Maybe they thought the Rams was going to get either Shador or Jackson Dart, and they said they got to jump back up. Like I was saying, the Rams. What if Shador go to Detroit?
It's going to be Jackson Dart. Jackson Dart went to Ole Miss.
Oh, pick is in.
Eli went to Ole Miss. Eli went to Ole Miss. Jackson Dart went to Ole Miss. It's probably Jackson Dart. Oh no, but look, it's probably Jackson Dart. If I had to guess.
Who y'all think LA going for?
The Rams?
LA.
Yeah, the Rams.
I'm not sure.
I think that the Rams should go after a receiver after losing Cooper Kupp. I mean, not Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp. After losing Cooper Kupp.
A lot of Giants fans hoping they
should go wide receiver if you're the Rams.
Come on, man. This is a bit of a lot of anticipation, man. What's taking so long?
You know what I'm saying? Like they put us on hold. Just a commercial break. They put us on hold for sure.
They had to call Dion up.
They called Dion.
Yeah, Dion, get ready to present.
Trade up too. Howie Roseman trying straight up too now.
You think so?
I just read it on what you call.
Oh,
Falcons are
Lord.
moving back into the first round to take the Rams spot at 26.
Oh my goodness. That might be
Oh.
just for Shador if they don't get him.
Bro, chill out, bro.
I'm just saying.
It's not, bro. You come on, give it false hopes. Think of a real player, man.
They showing Shador. They funny as a mug. They keep showing. I ain't do it. He was a 2024 Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. It ain't like he was,
Because there wasn't nothing else there. I told you that. And how you get it when the Heisman Trophy winner is in your division with the receiving yards. Because without that, you don't got nobody else with yards like that. I told Leo 2 weeks before he got the jump when he had 60-something catches. For 2 games, they forced the ball to this man for like 15 catches each game for him to get 96 catches. All right? They forced that trophy out. And then guess what? They got it. Good job. But you're not going to give me he was the player of the year with the person that hit him won the Heisman.
The pick is in. The
Right.
Giant pick is in. Here they come. To the podium.
Jackson Dart.
Who will it be?
Jackson Dart.
Oh, it's Jackson Dart. Oh my! I told y'all if I had to put money on it, it was Jackson Dart because he went to Ole Miss. Eli went to Ole Miss. You knew that was gonna happen. Just like they did that. Now Atlanta, y'all need to pick Shador. There you go. He went. Your father went to Atlanta. He went to Atlanta. There you go. Let's end it all.
Redskins ain't gonna. I mean, Giants
Let's
ain't
all
gonna
ride
have no
out
luck,
for the
bro.
end of the night, huh?
Giants ain't gonna have no luck, bro. Even if they,
Nope.
but I'm also telling y'all that Shador is not that good, bro. You don't pick Jackson Dart over Shador if he the offensive player of the year in that division and all of that. And
If you are Russell Wilson, how do you feel about this pick?
you fine. I told y'all he should have retired so he can go to the Hall of Fame. You just got a job. You are in New York City. You got a job, and you might not have to play the whole year. What are you talking about? This 2 years in a row that I done barely worked, and I done got paid top money to barely work. This is a great situation, Leo. I mean, bro, this is great.
Yep.
And if y'all bring him in the camp and he trash, it's even better. Because now y'all can't bench me and y'all
It
got
is
no
a
choice.
mess for the Giants, though, in my opinion, for their fan base.
No, it's not. They have a future where, guess what? If he doesn't play, we don't got to be forced into picking another quarterback next year in the draft. We can at least move on with him and try to go what we want to do with after that. If he is good and he's learning behind Russell Wilson and Jameis Winston, at least you got an idea of what you can put together or at least build with that. I got a Super Bowl quarterback and I got a quarterback who's at least as confident as anybody I've seen play this game. Whether the numbers are there, whether he's great or not, Jameis Winston is just as confident as anybody. He knows how to lead a team. Russell Wilson is a former Super Bowl winner. He's led more than one team before. So I don't think it's a bad situation for a Jackson Dart to be there. You know what I'm saying? Again, if Shador was there, I thought it would have been good for Shador, but the pressure would have been on Shador to start right away. Jackson doesn't have to face that pressure unless Wilson.
I don't think Russell Wilson is going to make the team.
You're tripping.
I don't think.
Yeah.
You're like tripping, bro.
Yeah.
Jackson Dart is going to be the quarterback.
And they got Jameis Winston.
Right.
They got Jameis Winston
One of
too.
them are not going to make the team.
They're all going to make the team. DeVito not going to make the team. That's not going to make the team.
One of them are not going to make the team. It's probably going to be Russell Wilson.
It's going to be DeVito. If you don't think they keep it they done had 3 quarterbacks on their roster for the last 3-4 years, bro.
You might be right.
They haven't had a quarterback last the whole year in 2 seasons.
I don't think the Russell Wilson experiment going to work. I don't think he's going to last there for the whole season. I don't think he makes the team.
It's crazy you say that about somebody who beat us. Like it ain't like he has the losing record in the NFL. Like you got me predicting somebody I don't even like.
No, I get you. My bad. I don't mean to be volatile on this draft day. That's just my specific prediction. I don't think homie.
With the 26th pick, it looks like the James Pierce. Look like it's gonna be James Pierce.
led the FBS in yards per attempt, 10.8 also completions of 10 yards or more, 74. So it's right.
Somebody in the back room got a little feedback. Get feedback from somebody on the background. We're gonna get flagged.
Yeah, I don't got no feedback.
Yeah. Yes, indeed, man. Now, all I'm saying is that I do think Jackson Dart is a little bit ahead of Shedeur. You know, I said that, V. I said that from the beginning. You know what I'm saying? So that's not outside of the realm of anything. I'm kind of playing around, but I do think that Shedeur gonna have a chip on his shoulder whenever he do get drafted. I'll say that much.
That should be said for every player who didn't get picked yet.
Yes. So it's official. James Pierce Jr., number 26 to Atlanta.
Yeah. Here you go, Big Son. There you go, Big Son. Big Son.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I said there you go, Big Son.
James Pierce Jr. to Atlanta.
Wow. Well, my man is gone.
So go ahead.
Trade down.
Henry.
I want to trade. Huh?
Go ahead and get RJ Henry and call it a night.
Trade back.
Yeah,
Trade back, man.
Yeah, I mean, for me, nah. For me, it's just it's no way you can get. It's no way that you can get. You can't. It's no way you gonna get what you're supposed to get if you trade back. In my opinion, right here.
Why not?
Because the bull wide open. I feel
It's
like
still gonna be wide open.
It's wide open right now.
It's still gonna be wide open.
I don't think so. You trade back. I think you got a unique opportunity right here to get a top-notch player, and you're picking late in the draft like this.
So listen, the Falcons, they get 2025 first-round pick, number 26. That's what they got from the Rams, and they got a third-round pick this year, 2025. The Rams get a second-round pick this year, number 46 overall. They get a 2026 first-round pick, and they get a 2025 seventh-round pick, another pick this year in that last trade.
I like the trade.
Yeah, if I'm the Browns, then I'm probably just going to sit and wait for Shedeur to come to me in the second round.
Yeah.
Because I don't see the Ravens getting. I don't see nobody getting them. Howie Roseman might mess around and get Shedeur.
Yeah, that's the only thing. Because he got a he could do what Jalen Hurts do and probably do a little better.
Yeah, that's the potential.
Now you wiggle out of all that Jalen Hurts
Y'all
money.
can't hear me. We doing this to go viral?
No.
Y'all gotta get. Come on, man. Y'all can tell me. Just don't let me know late. Like, you know what I'm saying? Don't let me know at the last minute. Like, you know what I'm saying? Tell me up front.
No, I'm just saying.
Y'all saying some so unrealistic stuff. I told you, as Redskins fans, as long as we battered. We're like battered women who keep going back to the husband.
I'm just saying.
No way in the world y'all just said that, bro. How would that even make sense?
Trading back.
$192 million. 119 million, 192, bro. That the Eagles back on Jalen Hurts jump money. They
That's
can't
why
trade
I say
it.
they might try to get out the money. They might
can't get out the money. They can't get out of the money, sir. We looked
They
at
can
it.
trade them.
No, they can't get out. There's no trade clause. Did you forget that part? He has a no trade clause. He can't
That
get out
don't
of
mean
that.
you won't accept the trade.
Not when y'all owe me $190 million.
The other team gonna pay it.
No, okay, bro. No, they're not, because he's not been getting no money every year. We went over this already.
I know that. You're right.
Able to do
it is backloaded money. It is backloaded money, but
That
he
would
is
cripple
a
the
Super Bowl winning quarterback.
That would
So if you could get
cripple
it for
the
any money, it could
Eagles.
be him.
Is going to cripple the Eagles, sir. It's not about the other team paying the money because again, the Broncos just paid money for Russell Wilson to go play for the Steelers. So that's not how it worked. The other team's not paying for this. The Eagles gonna have to pay a bulk of that money out, and they don't have that to do that. It would cripple the entire franchise. That's why they're able to make the moves that they're able to. Remember, once Saquon Barkley's contract comes up, the Eagles aren't going to be able to do nothing except for exist and draft.
Yeah. I agree with that.
They might can find a dummy to take on the contract.
Okay.
They can find a dummy.
You're right.
The Wizards used to be dummies for years. That's what teams used to do to the Wizards.
We're talking about Washington, D.C., and we're talking about basketball. We ain't even going to go there. The football team made some bad moves, too. Again, that's us, not them. And if you think the Eagles is that smart and Roseman is that smart, which I think he is, but again, the leagues get hip to you fast. Again, remember everybody wanted to be a free agent and wanted to play for us, and then our free agency went, and everybody didn't want to necessarily come here for a little bit to a couple of million, made the difference on some selections.
No, I agree, V. I'm with you on that part. All I'm saying is that wherever the man go, it's going to be interesting to see.
That's and then why y'all keep saying for him to go somewhere like y'all, he's better than Jalen Hurts?
I think we're
just saying anything. Yeah. We're just saying anything now.
I don't know. Hurts has been good. Hurts has been good. He can run the ball. He got the tush push. But
has he been to 3 Super Bowls?
He's been to 2. He's been to 2.
2?
Yeah.
Right. 2. So
1 loss.
2 Super Bowls.
1 loss. That's good though. I can't talk trash about that. That's good. I'm not talking trash about that. You know what I'm saying?
So Shedeur is going to 1.
I don't know. Shedeur and Saquon Barkley would be interesting. He didn't have a running game when he was at Colorado. Shedeur didn't. He didn't have an offensive line.
Bro, you watched the game and you said that the running game looked good.
Huh?
We watched the game together. You said the running game looked good.
In that game, yes. And they won. They won by a lot. They won that game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So I think that, I want to see him outside his dad. So I can't really judge him. You know what I'm saying? He's only seen him with his dad. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying.
You know what I told everybody in my group chat? That if it wasn't for his father, I do know that he was going to HBCU.
Right.
Which means he wouldn't even have been here today.
Bruh.
All right.
Look, I understand how people look at it, and maybe they don't trust him without Dion. I think that's where he's flipping at. You get what I'm saying?
It was after that bowl game. That bowl game was really bad.
No, I think that he's flipping because people don't trust him without Dion.
Nah. I think it's the bowl game.
I'm just being 100.
Okay.
Dion was there for the bowl game. Dion was there?
Yeah.
He was.
Yeah. I think it was the bowl game. You can't
to Baltimore.
Bro, we broadcasted the game. I guess you didn't. I don't think you did. Me and Jay did it. Son, that joint.
Malachi Stocks to the Ravens, man. Dang, man.
Malachi Stocks goes to the Ravens.
That's a really good one. So they don't miss, bro. Every year they pick around this time, bro. They don't miss, bro.
They don't.
I need to go follow them, bro. They don't ever miss.
That's why
I don't remember the last time they ever missed, bro. I'm not gonna hold you.
AV, that's why. Look, that's why I've been quiet the whole time. But I gave one hint. We asked, what did we need? And I said a safety. And so I mean, now me and Big Son, Dark Horse, I guess, is out to bat.
Well, I knew James wasn't coming here because James didn't even get invited.
Yeah.
So I knew that was just fan, you know what I'm saying, just us wanting something as a fan. Malachi did come. There's what's the other Jahad Campbell? I think Jalen Walker would have been better for us. I don't think we're gonna go after Jahad Campbell. We was looking at Jalen Walker. That was supposed to be the perfect merge. us and Jalen Walker. Malachi Starks was heavy there.
I like Campbell, bro. I'm gonna be real. You know, I'm an Alabama fan,
We're
bro.
not picking players to replace. Y'all do know we need help right now. This not no pick for tomorrow, bro. We gotta play. These
Listen,
players that we picking right now gotta play.
hold on,
RJ
brother.
Henry. RJ Henry for me.
Hold on, brother.
Harvey. You keep saying his name wrong.
Harvey. RJ Harvey.
I think he's gonna be available in the second round.
I don't know. Now you saw the side.
That might be as far as it go for me, but it depends on what teams need. I'm hoping he stick around though.
Yeah.
Day 3 guy would be love for me. I would love it if you go to day 3.
Me too. Me too.
Yeah, that's for me.
That's my favorite. That's my favorite back. Him and Quinshon Judkins and Cam Scatterbo, of course. You know what I'm saying? That'd be my 5. Ashton Genty, Amarion Hanson, Quinshon Judkins, Cam Scatterbo, and RJ Harvey.
I like Caleb.
Honorable mentions, bro.
I like Caleb Johnson.
Caleb Johnson, dude, cool too.
Yeah, I like Caleb Johnson.
It'd be an honorable mention up there. I can't sound. Brashard Smith is good too. I don't know if y'all seen him or not at SMU.
Yeah, he a beast. I like him.
Yeah.
Shorty a beast.
Too.
Yeah, Shorty a baller. I know exactly who you talk about.
He's just a little tall and slim for me, but he might end up being like a Debo Cordell Patterson type of player.
Yeah.
But he's hella fast.
We on the clock though. We on the clock.
Lions picking right now. And I say just gotta say it.
We on the clock.
We on the clock though.
We on the clock, baby. What y'all think? Final answers. Final answers.
RJ, that's all I'm gonna say. I done butchered his name.
He not up right now though, bro. He not even up right now. You gotta go what's up with if you want to. I'm gonna go Mike Green.
Mike Green or Campbell. I think
I'm going Mike Green if I can.
Mike Green or Campbell, I think.
Yeah, Mike Green. You can't go past Mike Green if I'm right here, bro. If you don't pick Mike Green, you might as well trade.
You might trade. But I don't see let me check Twitter real quick. Yeah, I don't see nothing.
Yeah, on Twitter right now, from Dob Fleeman, NFL Dob Fleeman at that, Shedeur Sanders will be the biggest bust of the NFL draft.
Ain't even got drafted yet. How you gonna be a bust? He ain't even get drafted yet. God, they called a man a bust before he even get drafted.
No. He talking good about him. He showed a video of a play that Shedeur had. It's against a really bad team, but
again, I'm the first one that said Shedeur wasn't all that, right? I'm the problem. I said it can't. So it's not like
my man gonna get in the league.
I'm just rooting for the pedigree. At this point, I'm just rooting for the pedigree. I believe in the pedigree. I think Dion and Nike and whoever else, the good support system.
He's going to the Raiders in the second round. Okay, the pick is in. The Detroit Lions, the Detroit Lions pick Tyleik Williams out of Ohio State defensive tackle. The Detroit Lions, Tyleik Williams, defensive tackle, Ohio State.
I disagree with the pick. I don't like the pick for them.
I mean,
I think they needed a cornerback. The way they got torched in that NFC Championship game, they need some defense.
He is from Manassas, Virginia.
The way they got torched in that NFC Championship game, I don't know.
He's from Manassas, Virginia. He's 6'3", 334 pounds. He has a 6.35 prospect grade on NFL.com. Next gen production score is an 80. Athleticism score is a 77. So his total combine score is an 83rd ranked defensive tackle. I mean, maybe they felt like they need to beef the line up after Aiden Hutchinson went down the last couple of years.
I don't like the pick.
Okay. We are finally here, man. We are. Hey,
Washington.
y'all are hype. Hey, y'all ain't hype with me, man. Y'all
Skins
gotta
in
be
the
hype
spot.
with me.
Scatterbo. I wouldn't be mad if they pick Scatterbo here, Mike. I don't care who they get. Just let them be good.
But I would not want them to pick Scatterbo right here. You don't have to.
I would. I don't care who they just pick one of the guys I like.
That's way too early.
Pick one of the guys I like. I don't care where you pick one of the guys I like. Just pick one of the guys I like. Because the guys I like, I feel like going to put in the work. Regardless of where you pick them at.
Yeah, even though I think Mike Green, I think you probably go Hairston right here. I would like Mike Green. I really, really, really like Mike Green. But I think you can get a helping pass rusher. Like, I think Mike Green could start. But I think if you're looking for a helping lineman that presents the same thing Mike Green gives you, and you're going to play by committee like you did last year, you probably could wait to the second round for that pick. And if you're going to do that, I would get Hairston right here, because Hairston's probably you're probably not going to be able to match that speed and the talent at that cornerback spot. I do think there is a sleeper that is 6'3", 200 pounds that plays cornerback that is about a 0.2 slower than him. About a 0.3 or 4 slower than him, but I also don't know if he'll be around either at that time. So it's interesting on what they would have to do right here. If I could, I would trade back.
My thing with that is you've already dedicated a lot of resources to the defensive back position. In free agency, I believe you brought in 2 guys who started double-digit seasons, or at least 5 seasons at least. I think with Hurst. So I mean, how much resources you going to dedicate?
This is not starting here though. Harris is a safety, and you need help at cornerback. Jones,
you got a cornerback, the guy from New England.
He's a cornerback. He's a slack cornerback, bro. That you can
No,
play
he's not.
outside.
Nah, he's outside.
Oh my God, bro. Okay, go ahead. You got it.
Well, where is Samstreet? What you gonna do with Samstreet?
You want him to play inside. Jonathan Jones plays both of them, bro. He's got more snaps inside than he do outside. You can go look at it while I'm waiting.
So okay, so you got Lattimore. You still got Lattimore.
That's your only outside cornerback you have right now.
So what did you get Jones for? Why you ain't just get an outside guy if you wasn't gonna play him outside?
Because they tried to, and those players wanted more money. Did you not miss the part that I said that earlier? All these free agents that wanted to come and they didn't come for a few more $1 million. You missed out on cornerbacks, and you missed out on the safety that you were trying to get. Went to the Giants for $3 more million.
The pick is in.
The cornerback you was trying to get, Reed,
the pick
went
is
wherever
in.
he
The
went
pick
for
is
$4
in.
more million. We had commercial break right
in.
now, so unless you get it from Twitter or something like that, we on hold at a second.
Yeah, I saw the pick is in. Yeah, I saw the pick in.
Hey, bro, I'm looking at everything, bro. I'm on Twitter. I'm on everything, bro. I ain't gonna hold you. I got about 3, 4, 5 different sources going over here.
Yeah, so right now, y'all can hear me?
Yeah.
Y'all can
hear me?
Yeah.
So we're not going Mike Green, Nick Emiori, or Josh Connerly Jr.
Why they go to commercial like that, man?
You know we the headliners. That's why they know we the headliners. With Josh Connerly, he's a tackle?
Yeah.
I wouldn't mind a tackle. That'll make our line dominant. But then what do you do with you got Coleman last year? What you gonna put him back at guard?
Yeah.
Josh Connerly, yeah.
That was the pick.
That's what it's looking like.
So the interesting thing about Josh Connolly, the reason why this is a super pick, if it does come down to this pick, I would like another player, but at the same time, I'll give you guys something if you didn't know about Josh Connolly. Josh Connolly used to play running back, guys. So
Okay, so
imagine the feat on an offensive lineman who used to play running back.
Yep, that's what it's looking like. Josh Connolly.
I don't even have offensive lineman as a team need.
I love that
Yes, it
pick.
is, big son.
I don't love that pick. I don't dislike the player, but like you've been saying,
yeah, Josh Connolly.
team need, bro. Team need. I don't think that we needed another offensive tackle right there. I
Y'all
feel
are
like
crazy.
we
You
could
are
have traded.
crazy.
We could have traded that for Trey Hendrickson.
What are you? You don't have $60
No,
million.
we did. That's why. You know what? You know what? Goodbye, Wiley. Goodbye, Wiley.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What are you talking about, bro?
I'm happy about
I
that.
just told you that he used to play running back. You know
Goodbye,
the Eagles
Wiley.
are the fastest line.
They recognized Wiley was a bigger problem. They recognized Wiley was the problem that we recognized.
Wiley's going to guard. We're not getting rid of Wiley either.
No,
Wiley's
meaning he's
going
not
to
going to
guard.
play tackle anymore.
No. He's not going to play tackle. He's not going to play tackle. No.
Yeah. That's it for Wiley.
I'm not terribly mad about that. I'm not mad about that.
That guy's big though, 6'4", 311. You know what I'm saying? That guy, man, got some size on him.
He gonna go to the right tackle spot.
That was against Abdul Carter.
I'm okay with protecting. I'm okay with protecting Jaden.
Y'all better get a running back out of this draft though, or I'm gonna
they're gonna get a running back. But what I'm telling you is that with the line that we got now, we're adding him, which we wasn't able to do last year. Outside of with Jaden, we're gonna be able to run the ball, y'all.
Yeah.
Y'all, mind you, just like while we all watched it, but even in the playoff game, we won the time of possession. They wouldn't have scored that many points if we would have just stayed on the field.
I agree.
Our offensive line was getting tore up by Carter every game that we played his big ass. Then they let motherfucking big ass Davis get his man because we were doing well against Carter in the last game. So again, we did pick up some niggas in the offseason. We picked up some players in the offseason that are big bodies, but now you get some young youth in there. And there's something that we didn't have last year. Remember they said they wasn't worried about offensive line going into the season last year. We all was worried about that. And they did better than we expected. With an offensive line that they're actually building, we should do way better on the offensive line. And if we get us a dynamic running back, we should tear things apart this upcoming season as far as controlling the clock and running the ball.
I agree.
I'm not mad at the pick.
And if we can protect Jaden, mind you, Jaden got hit more times than we all would like. And we can protect him. We don't know with the sky's the limit based on what he could do with the football when it's in his hands.
Yeah, I'm not mad at the pick. I'm gonna be real. I'm not mad at the pick.
This opens up the floor for Scatterbo too. I think.
I'm saying that
this opens up the floor for Scatterbo.
I'm saying that. To be honest, the way I look at it is that like that we had a lot of value in that area, and I'm glad we did protect Jaden. I think that's the number one. That's the number one thing you got to do. You got to protect your quarterback. So I can't be mad at the pick, which I'm not. Okay, you spend a first round pick on a tackle that's going to shore up our offensive line. Our offensive line probably going to be a beast this year. So I got that. But I do feel like Trey Hendrickson for that first round pick would have been valuable as well. I think that could have.
He ain't get picked in the first round. He's not a first round talent.
Well, 35 sacks over the last 2 seasons say different.
No, you're talking about the defensive end. I'm not spending that. That's the bulk of your money. You still have to sign people next year. Why do y'all keep leaving that out?
I understand.
You're still trying to give your quarterback possibly $300 million in the next 2 seasons. You still got to give Terry McLaurin $100-something million, which I don't agree with at 30-something years old. I don't know what. And again, I don't disagree with him as a talent. But the older you get, don't mean the better you get. Everybody's not LeBron James, and giving $100 million to a 30-year-old receiver is crazy. In my opinion, when this league and the money is just going to always be something that you need to be able to control and have to your benefit. Now, again, Terry McLaurin, I absolutely love and don't have a problem with paying that receiver. I'm just saying that that's what you got to do with the money. If you was gonna do
Yeah.
that move for Trey, I would have did it when it was just a free agent move and it wasn't gonna cost you. I mean, yeah, this pick. Now, when they found out that it was gonna cost them a pick, they already said that the first pick was too much. The second pick is what they wanted to trade for Trey Henderson. They weren't going to give up a first round pick for Trey Henderson, so I'm not trading that for a player to be on my end as a rotation guy. They're using everybody on the defensive side
I'm gonna
except
say
for
this.
the linebackers as
Chime in.
rotational pieces.
I don't know, man. I think he was worth it, but I'm not mad at the pick.
Let
And that's what I'm saying. I'm
me
not mad at
chime
the
in
pick.
for
I
a
actually
quick
like
second.
the pick. I like the pick.
Let me chime in for a second. To me, okay, so it's several ways this can be taken for me at least. The way that I'm looking at this is, I think, and if Josh Hurst is doing this, and if these guys have recognized this, Dan Quinn be alike, this is genius. I think with them getting Tunsil and now getting another tackle, I believe they are going to use their offense. They recognize that they can play defense with their offense by keeping the team on the sideline. So you beef up your offensive line, you go get you a back in this draft, and you run it down people's throats, especially when you got the lead. If that's what they're doing, it's genius. Because that's how they lost the NFC Championship game, by not playing the clock, to be honest. To be honest, that's how they lost the game. So if they recognize that as the reason why, and they're trying to address that, and they say, this is how we're going to play teams this year. We're going to be physical at the point of attack. We're going to go get Deebo Samuel so he can also run the ball. We got two backs. We're going to draft the back, and we're just going to run. And we got Jaden Daniels, too, who also runs the ball. Let's go. Y'all want to play physical? We're going to show you what physical look like.
I don't see that. But that's a good take. I just don't see that.
Cam Scatterbo, yeah, that's physical.
I
But-
don't see that, fellas. We
But,
also look at who our
I don't-
coordinators are.
I don't hold on my faith in Cam Scatterbo. My faith in a good draft. That's what I hold my faith in. Like I wanted to trade down after my guy was gone, but that's a good solidifier. You know what I'm saying? So I can rock with it.
And the Bills picked the player that we should have picked.
Mike Green.
Bills picked Maxwell Hairston right after we didn't get him.
Wide set several times. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, I'm seeing some film on Connolly right now. I see him lined up in that against that wide set several times, and he did a good job. The set that Philly be running.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think they geared up to beat the Eagles. I can, and that's all. That's the only people standing in our way for real.
Yeah.
The Chiefs trade their pick to the Philadelphia Eagles, who
Wow.
were picking right after them. So
Wow.
I wonder if they're getting ready to go
Andy
try to
Reid.
get Mike Green.
Andy Reid.
Mike Green.
Is he
I
a
do want to
tackle?
point out that Maxwell Hairston went right after we picked too. And that's who
true.
I felt like we should have went after, but I do like the pick with the offensive lineman.
Yeah, I think it allows you to play all defense with your offense. If that's what they do, y'all not confident that they doing that. I just hope that is what they doing. I mean, because it looks like it. When you look at what the team got, when you look at the moves they made with the guys in the middle on the other line, Kinlaw and them other guys, it looks like they're gearing up to play time of possession football. They didn't go get got a receiver, Deebo, but he also runs the ball too. So, I mean, it just looked like to me they just trying to gear up to play time of possession football with Jaden Daniels, Deebo Samuels, and all the other guys and play physical football. I just hope that's what they're doing.
I don't think so. Based on the coordinator we got and the way we played a year ago, I don't think that that's the case. But it would be nice to I don't think that's a bad approach, but I think if you do that, then now you're playing monkey see, monkey do, and you're trying to follow a recipe that a team who's already built to do that is trying to do that. And I don't think that that's the recipe that we
Well,
should be
no.
using.
I think that's how we won games last year, by staying on the field.
Okay. I'm
With the
all
going
right.
for it on fourth, that kept you on the field. So I think we won on time of possession. What game did we lose in time of possession?
Every time we played the Eagles.
For success.
Every time we played the Eagles, we lost the time of possession.
I don't know about that.
Yes.
Hold on. Okay.
So the
And
Eagles picked them.
And even if you say that's the case, that's why you made the moves you made.
Well, I think I don't even think you get a
the
chance to
number
be on the
32 pick
field.
and the number.
Go ahead, Leo.
And they play. They traded the number 32 and number 164 pick to the Chiefs to move up one spot.
Just don't pick Mike Green. Just don't get Mike Green.
I think they're definitely getting Mike Green.
He got a rape case that's pending on his little, not pending, but just that's kind of like the character thing on him is a rape case that was in Virginia that didn't get settled or didn't end in the way that they would like to know or think. Basically, he transferred schools before the incident got finalized or some shit like that.
You think they care?
I mean, you got to think how much that comes up in today's NFL. That they do care.
I mean, that's true. I don't know. I don't know how much the Eagles care about something like that.
I mean, you ain't trying to pick a player that you want to use and they get in trouble for dealing with chicks on Instagram. That happened twice last year in the league.
I know.
Zion get in trouble almost every month for that.
Anthony Edwards.
Well, he know how he make enough money he could pay the problem away. Zion seems to be falling in love and making bad decisions.
Yeah.
I mean, again, I think that I don't know. I don't think it's a bad look. I think
look at what the line looks like. Laramie Tunsil, Brandon Coleman. You got our center, who's a Pro Bowler, Biades. When Sam Cosmi comes back from injury, Sam Cosmi, Pro Bowler, and this kid Josh Connerly at the right tackle.
And then you still got Wiley.
You still got Wiley. You still got
Allegretti.
You still got Trent Scott.
Coleman.
Who?
Coleman.
I said Coleman's the left guard. He's gonna be the left guard.
Oh, you said Coleman. Oh, you already said Coleman. All right.
Yeah. He gonna take Allegretti's spot. In the beginning of the year, I think him and Allegretti probably start unless Wiley gonna take Allegretti's spot.
So why would you build a line like that if you ain't playing time of possession football?
Because your team would have been scoring points. Your team can score. Your offensive coordinator wants to score. He's not trying to hold the ball and run the ball and all of that. Where it's a time of possession drag jump. No huddle offense is not a time of possession offense. Time of possession comes from if you run a no huddle and you making the other team turn the ball over. I think that we're trying to score and move the ball effectively, something that you wasn't able to do at times when teams started scheming and started tearing our line up because we were getting schemed against and those linemen weren't talented enough to kind of go against that. The Eagles just brutally just overpowered us. So that's why you got bigger in size. And with Connerly, like I said, he's faster. Like he's like an Eagles tackle or Eagles lineman. So some of those plays when we were leading off with the tackle or leading off with the tight end with Jaden to run, if you can imagine a Connerly who's able to get out there ahead of the block with your quarterback, you may be able to kick out some of those runs a little bit more and get some more yards on them. On top of that, it was the fact that we didn't have a running game at all.
Who?
Jahar Campbell. Alabama.
Linebacker. Remember, Nakobe Dean got hurt, so that's an early replacement for him. He got a knee injury that's gonna have him like Bowman. He probably gonna miss a quarter of the year.
Slim is a beast, Slim. Damn.
That's a good pick. That's a good pick.
That's a really good pick. Yeah.
But again,
they didn't replace though Malik Williams. I mean Mo Williams though.
They didn't have to, bruh.
I think they do.
Nakobe Dean meant more, in my opinion.
To that team last year? I don't know. Williams had 2.5 sacks in the Super Bowl.
Nakobe Dean didn't play because he was injured.
I'm not disputing that, but that's why I said what I'm. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying what I'm saying.
So, okay. I don't know what Eagles team you've been watching, bro, in the last 5-6 years, but they don't never had no problem getting pressure with no linemen. That's why they made a big deal about re-signing the linebacker that they did this offseason, because they don't have no linebackers like that, bro. This was a big pickup for them because just in case Dean don't come back as the same player, or if you have a contract issue where he wants more money because y'all just went in the Super Bowl where I told you everybody needs a raise, you've just replaced that player. Nolan Smith also, who was somebody who had 4 sacks in the playoffs, is an edge rusher. You can put him at the end if you need to in desperate times because that's a player you still have. You didn't have a Jakad Campbell, and with Dean being hurt, you're missing a player right there. You can go pick another lineman up, which I said that this is one of the deeper defensive lineman drafts, and everybody after 20 is damn near the same player. You can pick another lineman to replace Williams in the 2nd or 3rd round.
Nah, not Williams. No, you can't. I'm not.
All right.
I don't see it. I don't see it.
They made it to the Super Bowl the first time. Williams wasn't on the roster, bro.
Nah, but yeah, they lost without Williams. And then Williams
ain't the reason why they won the Super Bowl, bro. Williams is not the reason why they won the Super Bowl. Williams is not the reason why they won the Super Bowl. We're not about to sit here.
They didn't win it without him.
We're not about to sit here and do that. He wasn't on the first team.
They didn't win it without him, though.
He wasn't on that team. He wasn't.
No, but they didn't win it without him. And he came.
They were also playing a way better team. You got it. No problem.
Hello.
That's all I'm asking.
Hello. Hey, I don't know if we could play this, but it looks like Adam Peters and Dan Quinn is doing an interview right now.
What? What playing for what?
Thank you.
Why is they even doing an interview?
About the
y'all want to play?
For one player? Really? Come on, dog. Y'all, man, you know what?
All right, man. I guess y'all don't want to play it.
Nah, I don't want to hear that frag.
They're not really happy about the pick, Neo.
I don't know. I don't have a problem with the pick.
No, I don't have no problem with the pick. I actually like the pick,
bro.
But
y'all wanted to hear Dan Campbell breathe, so why y'all don't want to hear it now? We've had to listen to him breathe all year because y'all wanted to hear what they had to say. Now we don't want to hear
about they haven't done enough for me. Like not meaning the pick was bad, just meaning you only had one pick.
It's the first time they pick in the back end of the draft in forever. Like this is something that we ain't never seen. None of all of this is new.
You send me the link. Send me the link.
Is this not all new? When the last time y'all been in the NC Championship?
I don't think anything they have to say is relevant. They only made one pick.
Wow, damn.
Not right now.
That's what I'm with, Ro. Not right now. Y'all just made one pick. I mean,
they were quiet for the entire draft process.
Hold on, Vito. This is gonna drop the mic. Vito. Where was you at the NFC Championship?
After that.
Where was who?
Look, man, forget it, man. Never mind.
Now they got a speech to say, but where was
Adam Peters and Dan Quinn both spoke after that, John? What are y'all talking about? Josh Harris is the only one that couldn't be found after that game. That's not who you said was doing the interview.
Who you think having them do the interview, Vito?
Oh my God. Okay, all right. Look, you guys got it. I'm going back on hold.
No, seriously, what's his name? Josh Harris is the one set this interview up. I don't want to hear nothing that he put together. He wasn't even at the NFC Championship.
That's like saying somebody snitched without paperwork. I don't do that. So unless there's proof on this, I'm not about to do that. Because that's speculative.
He's the owner.
That don't mean he set up a meeting for somebody. It's like general manager. It's my job to do this.
Right, that's true.
Like, come on, bro. Like,
Who signs off? Who signs off on it, Vito?
Oh
We're not gonna play that game. Who signs
you
off
want to know
on it?
why I don't agree with that, Big Son? Because Josh Harris signed a whole NBA franchise owner and somebody else from the Vikings to handle my GM stuff because I didn't know what I was doing in the NFL. So I'm not sure if that's the case here. I would agree with you normally for somebody who jumped into football like Jerry Jones, who's been in every picture with their draft stuff. Josh Harris is not necessarily that player. I mean, not that person. So I'm not sure. You may be right, but there's a high chance that Adam Peters, since this is his first draft by himself, is essentially probably doing this along with Dan Quinn. Whether Josh Harris is said to tell them to go do this interview or not, I think that these are things that they have been preparing to do for the last few weeks because they have not talked to anybody. You have not heard no leaks from us at all about what was we doing.
Actually, this is an older interview. I apologize. I think I stirred some stuff up, but it is a press conference with Dan Quinn and Adam Peters, and it is about the draft, but it wasn't right. It wasn't today.
That's what I'm about to say. The draft is not even over yet, and they're doing the press conferences. That's what I just
that's what I was like. That's a little odd.
Why would that be odd, bro? Like if you're talking about your pick,
it's still going on. The draft is not over. The day is not over yet.
Bro,
what do you mean the day is over?
The day is over.
The Chiefs, the pick is in. The Chiefs.
Is no more picks after this.
The Eagles.
What are you talking about? No, it's not. The Eagles picked before them.
They traded their pick. No, who didn't they swap picks with somebody?
The Chiefs.
Oh, that's who they swap picks. Okay, the Chiefs is the next one. Okay. But you gotta see who they pick before you do a press conference.
The pick is in. Josh Simmons, offensive tackle, Ohio State.
That's a good pick for them. That's a good pick for them.
They definitely needed that.
They needed that. I don't like them doing business with the Eagles, though, because I feel like it was an Andy Reid give the Eagles a championship hoax sort of thing going on. Anyway, I think they tossed the game. That's what I feel anyway, and that's maybe.
Hey, bro, you think that the Eagles? So you think the Chiefs was going to pick what the Eagles picked from them? Because they literally just swapped.
I don't like them doing business.
They swap spots.
I'm just saying. I don't like them doing business at all. I don't want to see no collusion.
Take away trades. Let's take away free agency and trades. Let's just take them away.
No,
let's just take them away. Let's just take them away altogether.
Just beat you in the Super Bowl.
Business is business, man.
Bad blood.
Business is business, man.
What you think, Big Son? Am I tripping? You gonna help the team that just beat you in the Super Bowl?
Nah. No.
I'm not doing it. Not with them. I'd have hung up the phone. I wouldn't even took the call. What the fuck y'all calling me for? Y'all done took a ring out of my pocket. Excuse my language. Y'all done took a ring out of my pocket. What am I calling me for? I hope you don't think you about to trade over here. Man, keep that.
Dan Quinn 3 hours ago to Logan Paulson about draft strategy. It's nice to add players to what we already have. We could go play a game right now and feel good about who we have. Now we can add pieces to take us to another level.
Yeah.
I can agree with that. That's relevant. But we kind of figured that. I hope you're doing that. After that 55-28 loss in the NFC Championship, hey, everything he say that this year, that's what I'm gonna say afterwards. Oh yeah, you better be doing that after that 55-28.
Hey, you're laughing, but hey, that's the truth. You know what I'm saying? That was embarrassing, Holmes.
Yeah, bro, you ain't about to just waltz up in here after that loss like that, like you done. Boy, you better. Boy, last time y'all was on the field, what happened?
Hey, man, Dan Quinn is the voiceover for the Madden 26 trailer, man. Shit changing around here. Y'all better put some respect on my man name, man.
Oh, for real?
Yes.
That's what's up.
I don't know. Y'all wasn't on yet, but the commercial came on before the draft started.
Okay.
Dan Quinn
and we on the new college 26 jump.
He better be a voice of a better game in the playoffs than that NFC Championship. The way
you holding on to the past, man. And again, you're not bringing up all these penalties that wasn't brought up. Just like I said that night, you're not for the team, man. You just hurt. You're just mad at Josh Harris and it's carrying over,
You're
bro.
only as good as your last game.
Hey man, you can't beat the refs that also got fired after that.
There's only one team win at the end of the season.
You can't beat the refs.
One team win at the end of the season.
Can't beat
Everybody
the refs.
else loses.
I'm with you on that, Vito. It was a lot of calls.
Can't get held on purpose and
Your
not
owner-
called and
your
get
own- it
scored
sound like-
on a fourth down. Can't get held on purpose on a fourth down. Can't have an offensive wide receiver push your defender or grab his face mask and take his helmet off and not get penalized. You can't have your helmet taken off and you get penalized 25 yards because somebody took your helmet off. But I guess that's okay, bro. We all good. We can do that. That's the league we play in. That's the league we play in because you can do that. Those aren't cheating. Those aren't cheating.
Your owner ain't doing nothing to make sure you ain't.
Your owner can't do nothing about what's happening on the field, bro. Your owner can't do nothing about what's happening on the field during the game. He only can do what he did after the game. He only can do what he did after the game, which was do just what Dan Quinn did and complained about the refs and wrote a letter to the league. That's why some of them referees got fired because we stepped up and said something, just along with the with the Chiefs and them saying something too. Even though they paid for those refs and they lost the game, they still got the motherfuckers fired. So again, we're one of the teams that were outspoken about what would I say? Our indiscretions as things that happened during games while referees were reffing our games. We was one of the teams that made note of it and wrote letters to the league instead of just saying something at the press conferences. We did stuff or wrote paperwork so things could be changed. You can go look that up. Our new franchise is a part of that. So you can't do nothing while it's happening on the field, unfortunately. And as a professional, to know that you're not trying to hurt the league that you work for, you don't come out and say it in front as a press conference. You go out and write the letters and just say, hey, y'all got to clean this up. Again, it still happens, but guess what you do? What the NFL does? The NFL says, hey, you know what? And this realistically speaking, even though I am paraphrasing, the NFL says, you know what? Even though we've been doing what we've been doing, and this has to go a certain way, we've already written certain things in, or certain things are already at play. Jaden Daniels, though, has changed the dynamic of certain things, and you have to understand that also with a drafting of an offensive lineman, you have to protect the future. The kid is the future of the league. You got Laramie Tunsil, which I told y'all, I don't know if anybody's paid attention. I think I told you this lately, Rio, or it might have been you, Leo, my bad, or Ro, that does anybody notice whether he was trying to get out of a contract or not, or whether he wanted a new contract or not? CJ Stroud was a rookie the year before. He had Laramie Tunsil, who the Houston Texans just traded over there to get over there a few seasons ago to protect young quarterbacks of that kind. To let him go a year after CJ has this miracle rookie season that hadn't been seen before, to literally let Jaden play 1 year and say, you know what, Laramie, let's go ahead and go with another quarterback. I don't know how nobody looks at that and doesn't notice that's a big difference to take the blindside tackle who's a all-pro away from a young rookie quarterback and put him with another one.
Hey,
let me say this. Hold on. Let me chime in. Let me chime in real quick. Okay. So back in the day, right? The Lakers played the Celtics in like 6 straight championships or 7 championships. And the Celtics won the majority of them. I think all of them except for one, right? And years later, we find out that one owner / coach, Red Auerbach, was making moves behind the scenes to make sure his team won. And the other one wasn't. So my thing is, if somebody is getting cheated on, that is a reflection of something going on behind the scenes. One person making moves and somebody else not. Obviously, our owner was not. And that's all I'm saying.
Well, I'm watching the Madden jump, and the dude name is JD McDaniel. And I think that's they put 5-time Super Bowl champion and all that on there. I think if you look at him, he kind of looked like Jaden Daniels. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what the NFL trying to feed us right here, but this looks super fishy, is all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. So, look.
You said what, Leo?
I said the dude name is JD McDaniel on the Madden commercial.
Oh, yeah.
JD McDaniel. That don't seem a little fishy, you know?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Does he have on a Redskins jersey?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
He's number 6.
Yes. Yes. That's exactly what it was. That's exactly what it was. We are officially the story of the NFL.
Yeah.
Officially, but it starts here. Y'all gonna have a target on y'all back, man, like no other, man. Gotta get up. Y'all gotta be at your top. One thing about watching the Bulls, the thing is, and this gonna go for Jaden Daniels. You really got to be Jordan if you want to be Jordan. And that's all I'm gonna say. You really got to be Jordan if you want to be Jordan. You have to carry this boy. You're gonna have to carry it like Mahomes. Mahomes has carried that team, the Chiefs. You can say what you want about Mahomes. He has carried the Chiefs to 5. I think what they've been to 5 Super Bowl.
Who?
The Chiefs. 5.
No, who led them there? You talking about?
I'm saying Mahomes.
Oh yeah.
Mahomes has carried that team. He has been a megastar on the biggest stages. When all else fails, and so Jaden Daniels,
that's just something everybody do. I don't think so, but I think he's gonna be good though.
Ascend, and become a legend.
Travis is not good, bro. It's Deion's son.
I said I would prefer him on defense than wide receiver.
Some of Travis?
Yeah, but if I was
Travis gonna be like that.
Both sides.
I thought you said Shador. My bad. I'm tripping.
Yeah, bro, why you keep going on that?
No. I thought I was responding about Shador. He said Travis. I said my bad. No, I didn't mean Travis. Go ahead. I still my stand is still the same about Travis Hunter, bro. He played in a trash division. The same thing I say about Genty. I'm not changing that because that's your man. He played in a garbage division. When you name another quarterback that's going to get drafted this season or in this draft, that's going to get drafted probably in day 2, not even 3, day 2, because that's possible starter, a potential starter within the first 2 days. If you can name another quarterback in his division that's going to get drafted, I'll be quiet. There's not one. In Travis Hunter in Colorado and them Jones. If you can name another quarterback other than Dylan Gabriel, he's still not gonna get drafted high. He might not get drafted to the 3rd or 4th day. I mean to the 3rd or 4th round.
That's true.
And he didn't even play against Oregon, who they played the year prior to that. You know what I'm saying? When Bo Nix was there. So you didn't even play against the sorrier Oregon. You played against the good Oregon. They got tossed that game. Tossed.
Bruh, I'm just saying.
Without Travis Hunter, and again, it is, but they also let a nobody
if you gonna make plays in the
NFL like a Boise State run for almost 200 yards on them when he was arguing that Travis Hunter was the best player in college because he played on both sides of the ball. They don't have nobody else. It's that's what happened in high school. When you that good and that much better than everybody else, you play both sides. They call it Iron Man, but I'm not tougher than a bunch of people that came up in the 80s and 90s. I played both ways because we wasn't that good on both sides of the ball. All right. So should I get some type of special award because I played on both sides and I was good at both sides? I literally went to our little junior all-star game and everything like that in junior high school. And back and shout out to the Eagles. All right. But that don't mean nothing, bro. It's a bunch of people doing that. Just like it was college, it was players doing the same thing Travis was doing last year. They didn't play as many downs.
Nobody did at his level.
They did not play right. You said it's at his level because they counted downs against bum teams that didn't do nothing. Okay, if you count that and you like that tape, then that's good. That's the same thing that me and Rose say here for about 5 hours the other night and watch Genty. Why I said that he's not the number 1 back in the class, not because that he's not a good back, not that he can't be good, because I think that he's a good back. My argument for him is the fact that he's not easy to bring down. He bounces off of tackles a lot. So exactly. The reason why I like RJ Harvey better is because that's the one thing that Genty and him have alike, that if you can get some big linemen in front of them, you're going to have a hard time finding them. And Genty gets to the second level very, very easily, just like Rose said, because he runs inside very well. That is something that the Raiders do well. That's a good mix for what he can do. But guess what? RJ Harvey has the type of elite movement and speed that if he has a crease, those players are gone in the NFL. Genty's going to get worn down. He's not going to be a 14 carry back that gets 150 yards and then you stop carrying the ball with him. They want 30 carries. That's why RJ Harvey isn't going to get that position, even though I think he can do all of those things. It's just that Genty's built for that because that's what their team had to do. Now, once you get in the league, you get on the team. Once you get on the team and you show your worth, you start to get a different role, or your role increases. A Scatterbo is going to be around in this league for a long time because what you cannot coach is breaking tackles. You can't coach a player getting 3 yards when you need 3 yards and you know no one can stop him from doing that. You can't coach that. That's something that Scatterbo has naturally. But I know, even though I don't feel in my heart that this is the truth, but I do know for a fact the way that the league is played today, he is not an every down back based on the new NFL. He's too slow. He would make the game slow down, which I don't disagree with Roe in saying that that's a way to beat teams. But you got to have an old school coach like a Belichick damn near, or Andy Reid, somebody that believes in running that type of scheme to win a game. The NFL itself is not going to agree with that coach. I want all of y'all to understand the business world that we live in. That's hard to watch. It's hard to watch. I don't disagree with it. And I think that winning football games is the most important thing. That's what it always should be about. But we also are talking about a business that has a business model and they're trying to sell the games. The Chargers had a good
I'm gonna be real. There's always, listen, bro, there's always room in the NFL for a Mike Scott, a Peyton Hillis.
No, it's not in recent years. It has. It was. Example, Najee Harris, right?
Not the same thing I'm talking about.
You said no.
Najee Harris wasn't never like, bro. No. Trent was supposed to be like that, but Trent wasn't even like that either.
Trent was never one of them. I don't even know why you just named that.
No, I'm saying Trent broke a lot more tackles in college, but when he got to the NFL, he acted like he couldn't break a tackle.
No, I'm saying who's a back like outside of a Derrick Henry, and if y'all go watch him play, like I said last year, he's not a low pad level running back. Everybody tries to tackle Derrick Henry the wrong way. Anybody that tries to tackle him at the legs usually wins. Low pad level running backs that literally look for contact. David Montgomery may be the only starter today. I can say that, yeah. You know what I'm saying? That's looking for contact and that's getting and productive that way. But they even do that by committee in Detroit. You know what I'm saying? It's like the backs that have that type of play style, the league isn't going to settle on. Now, again, if you can add that to your offense, why I said, bro, that I didn't know why they brought back McNichols or Rodriguez. Not that one of them shouldn't have came back, but I feel like this is a 2-back draft. Everybody on our roster at running back is only 1 year left on their contract. Every single one of them. There's no multi-year running back we got. So this potentially could have been a 2 running back draft unless you plan on bringing in somebody who's an undrafted free agent. I told you, yeah. That's why Mike Green ain't get picked. And the one in Virginia is unsolved. He transferred schools before they finish handling that jump. Well, Mike Green possibly will be on the board in day 2, you know what I'm saying, for sure, until somebody can get, you know what I'm saying, a better answer for that or just look past it. And I just think it's kind of messed up they punishing them for it, but at the same time, again, these are $1 million investments. We got to make sure what we getting.
So,
yeah. So
we getting in the final thoughts?
Yeah, we might as well, man. It's 12 o'clock on the dot.
Hey, I love today's pick, Subtime Vito. I love today's pick. I definitely would have liked to do more. And my more would have been trading back. But I don't know if you get this player. Again, if anybody in the comments or that follows the show can give me another offensive lineman that played running back before, I would love to find that. And that doesn't make him a great player because he plays running back,
But I would just want to note that we didn't have a lot of linemen in the past that could move like some of the Eagles linemen could move. And those linemen, we've all given their credit for how those big boys get out and get in front and move and block and stuff like that for their teams. And if we can get that from Connerly early, before he even develops the strength and the skill set that we were going to need him to have as a pro, bro, we got something special there. And again, imagine that he's going to be in the same room with Tunsil. So you got them growing at the same time. So whenever you bring in the other guys, or him and Coleman will be early, but they'll be learning early from a veteran. You got Cosme, who's a veteran at that spot, of All-Pro, who's possibly a Hall of Famer if he can continue the same type of seasons that he's been having so far. Tunsil's on the same path. You have a tackle now in that room or in that group that's going to be doing the same thing. So I really like what they're doing. And again, you need that group to come in early. I like it being a first round pick there. You need somebody with a little attitude or a little bit of cockiness, a little bit of confidence going in that room, like, you know what I'm saying? Because they're going to be battling against other first rounders. It's been way more defensive tackles and defensive edge rushers that have been drafted than linemen. So the offensive linemen need to come in with an edge too. They got a job to do, just like the defenders got a job to do and coming to disrupt. They need to go in there and be able to maul and put their hands on people. I like the tape of the linemen that have been drafted so far. So if we got one of those guys, and if based on the grade, we got a top 10 tackle, you know what I'm saying, at pick 29. So just as I gave the Ravens their credit for their pick, I think we did an excellent job on the pick. Is it who I wanted? No, I won't say that. But again, everything last year didn't happen the way I wanted it to. And these guys did a really good job with what they had. So I'm going to be patient right now and continue to see what the rest of the draft builds on. Hopefully we snag some really, really good quality guys in day 2. That's my take.
Man. It's your boy Big Son. This is my final thought. I actually would have loved to trade back to get more capital, but maybe there may be a possibility tomorrow. Who knows? Who knows what tomorrow holds? You know what I'm saying? So the fight is not over for more capital. Adam Peters surprised us last year. I think he has some more tricks in the book, and I think he'll surprise us tomorrow. So I'm just looking forward to this team doing what Dan Quinn said. We're where we're trying to go right now, and we just need to add pieces to help us flow. So being a plumber and knowing it takes joints and couplings to make the system line flow right, let's get them joints and couplings and let's get the system flowing. That's my final thought.
All right. So I guess it's on me. So my final thought is I'm glad that we decided to protect Jaden. You know, I think that's one of the key components to making sure that your quarterback lasts is putting quality linemen in front of them. And I think we went out and got Tunsil. I think that what this does is this makes it where Wiley can move into right guard potentially for Cosme. And then Cosme can come back into a healthy line. And I think that we can be a dominant offense with a top-notch line. You know, I think this is gonna make a definite impact on day 1. I think day 1 we're going to look a lot better. The offensive line is going to look a lot better, and so I think that this is a really good pick. Like I do feel like, you know, we could have traded that first round pick to get Trey Hendrickson, but I do agree with what we did. So I'm not upset with that at all. So shout out to the front office, and I think that they did get it right. Especially if he pans out. You know, we'll see. You know, he got to get on the field and actually prove it now. But I'm feeling the pick. I think it's a good thing.
All right, as far as the Redskins go, again, if y'all are trying to play ball control football, cool, straight up and down. Love it, love it, love it. If that is not the plan, then hopefully you do have some sort of plan that works out. Overall for the draft, I think it was a great day. Travis Hunter, the move for Travis Hunter stole the show. Again, I am very interested to see what the Jaguars do with him. I do believe he's going to play both ways. If anybody's ever been capable of doing something, it is him. It is just going to be crazy to see what he does over there in Jacksonville. Cam Ward, again, that's the second coming of Steve McNair, in my opinion. So I think that was great. Will Campbell was a little on the fence of that one. Mason Graham, whatever. And just all the picks, I think the board is still wide open for the Redskins for tomorrow. Shedeur Sanders, probably the story of the night, did not get drafted in the first round at all. Who knows how far he falls? He was projected to be number 3 overall by Mel Kiper's mock draft in January of 2025. So this was definitely a surprise for most people. It was a lot of conversation behind Shedeur Sanders, even here on this show. However, tomorrow brings a new day, and we know that he should get drafted, if nothing else. Genty goes to the Raiders. For everybody who wanted to know where Genty was going to go, Genty is going to the Raiders. Out there, he's going to replace Josh.
It's possible that Shedeur could go to the Raiders tomorrow.
That's true.
The Raiders have the 6th pick. They still have an early pick in that second round. So if the Browns don't make that jump, it's very possible, especially if they don't trade up. It's very possible.
Exactly.
So
the Raiders get Genty. The Raiders get Genty in all of this. Abdul Carter goes to who did he go to? The Browns? No, I mean, sorry. Abdul Carter went to who? The Giants? Was it the Giants?
Yeah.
Abdul went to the Giants.
Abdul Carter goes to the Giants. Point B is quoted on saying that he has Micah Parsons-like talent. I don't know if Vito agreed or if the other guys agreed. I haven't watched enough film to know put him there. But maybe the guys can speak to that.
He follows that lineage. I don't think he comes off to the screen like Micah did in Penn State, but his number, the amount of tackles for loss he got is insane. It's not even funny. So I can't say that he doesn't. Like, his numbers definitely suggest that he's very, very dangerous at his position. Abdul Carter.
Okay, so Abdul Carter goes to the Giants. So this has been a very interesting night, especially in the NFC East. The Dallas Cowboys pick an offensive, wasn't that an offensive lineman? No, a defensive tackle, right? Or
the offensive guard, right?
Offensive guard. The Dallas Cowboys, for the Cowboy fans out there, they get an offensive guard on the night. The guy from Alabama. Vito and them said he's not a big of a threat. Leah Point agreed. Point said he's. I don't know what is this guy Point for the Cowboys.
You said what?
What is this guy for the Cowboys? How would you describe it? Did they get a good player, bad player? What did the Cowboys get today?
They needed some help with the offensive line. I mean, I know they need some playmakers as well, but I mean, you know how Dallas likes.
Is he good? Is he good?
Yeah, he's solid. He's solid. He'll playmaker.
Okay. So the Dallas Cowboys get themselves.
Listen, what I mean by playmaker is that he attacks. Like, he's the type of person that got good energy. He got a high motor, and he attacks. So I mean, being on the offensive line, I think I don't know if he's going to be able to adapt to their scheme, because I think that most of, like, the NFL is coaching, like, I believe. But just to be honest, I think that's a good player. They got a good player.
That's what's up.
Like I said, I can't say Roll Tide, but a lot of the people that I wanted to pick did come into our division, just not on my team. So
I'll say that he does. I agree with you, Leo. So he got a high energy. He's the only offensive lineman to run out the tunnel.
Right.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? He was excited to get drafted. It looks like he's ready to go to work.
Yeah.
I would take that from the attitude that he showed. Connerly was similar. He didn't run out, but Connerly looked like he was ecstatic about the pick. He looked like he was happy. I just looked at his house. I looked at his house when he got selected. It's a small group of people. It's about 15 people in there. He got a small circle. So, you know what I'm saying? He got a good support system. It's not 1,000 people in that joint. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. And again, offensive linemen have to be smart. That's one thing that they have to be. I do know that about the offensive line compared to the defensive line. Not saying that you can't be smart as the defensive lineman. You've got to be aggressive. You've got to have an attitude on the defensive side. On the offensive side, you've got to be strong. You've got to have great feet, and you've got to be smart. This kid fits those dynamics. And like I said, he's an athlete at that position.
His favorite player is
Yeah.
Marshawn Lynch. Gotta believe that he has a little bit of an attitude, loving beast mode.
I
So,
mean,
you know.
he's 6'5", 321.
Mm-hmm.
Massive. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying? So, I mean, they got a baller. And
Yes.
he didn't just play guard, he played tackle for a little bit too, but they probably gonna leave him at guard.
Yes. So for those that don't know, that's Josh Connerly. He was drafted for offensive tackle, drafted out of Oregon to the Washington Redskins, as I like to call them. He was drafted 29th overall?
Yes.
29th overall by the Washington Redskins. So that's what we get today for all the Redskin fans out there. We get Josh Connerly, an offensive tackle. Again, if we're playing bully ball, I think this is perfect for what we're trying to do. So, overall, this was a great day for Washington, man. Washington football. Again, great day for the NFL. Great day for the Nature Sports Podcast here from the nation's capital. We're going to see you tomorrow. We'll get on out of here. Drive safety if you're driving. Whatever you're doing, make sure you get home safely. See y'all tomorrow. I don't know what time we got on the draft tomorrow. 7 o'clock, is it 8? Probably same time, 8 o'clock. I'll expect it to be. And then I do believe that Saturday it starts at 12. That's normally how
it's not at 8 tomorrow.
It's not at 8.
4.
It starts at 4.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yeah.
we'll see y'all tomorrow. We'll see y'all tomorrow. If I got to get on, I'll be on. The guys will be on. Everybody be on, sometime during the day tomorrow. So see y'all
7
tomorrow.
o'clock tomorrow.
At 7? Okay, 7 o'clock. 7 o'clock
Yeah,
tomorrow.
7 p.m.
All right.
Round's
7
only
p.m.
7
tomorrow.
minutes.
Okay.
The second round.
And so it's what, second, third, and fourth?
Yeah. No, second
Okay.
and third. 4 through 7 is on Saturday.
All right. Second and third rounds coming up
We
tomorrow.
only got one pick tomorrow unless we trade that one back.
Okay,
And if we trade that one back, we'll have all our picks on Saturday.
Yes, I would expect to trade back. If you ask me, one pick for Washington tomorrow, as Vito y'all just said. I'm repeat it, but one pick for Washington tomorrow. So if we trade back, depending on what we do tomorrow with the pick, it could possibly be just one pick tomorrow. But we get to cover everybody else in the NFL, so we want y'all to still come on through, so we can keep up track with these Eagles, Cowboys, and Giants, especially here in the NFL Draft 2025, man. See y'all tomorrow. Anybody else got something to say?
Nah, we good.
All right, we good. See y'all tomorrow. We are out here at the Nature Sports Podcast. Sign it off. Workhorse.
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 YouTube.com/@TheNatureDC. Subscribe today.